You're going to develop trust. It's kind of hard to develop that in the classroom. Now, if you're studying to be a chemistry major, sure, find all the classroom time you want. But the chemistry you need needs to be on the football field, no matter how much football that he has possessed or has forgotten about in terms of his acumen and his knowledge. That makes sense to me why he would not be out there for at least a quarter, at least a series or two, no matter.
It's time to Kincade and Salciunas is on the air.
Today's talk show for your morning drive.
I think if you can't see that the Phillies are playing better baseball, I think you're trying to come up with a narrative that's against them. This is better baseball to watch. And the number one thing that sticks out to me, though, is defensively, I'm having much less WTF moments watching this team.
I mean, the only thing I'll still question is, can this platoon work? So far, results-driven business. They've had results from it the last couple of days. That's why I asked the question, is this a hot streak? Because, like, all the outfield, you're platooning.
Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And after you hear that open, I will remind you that there was a warning on this show yesterday. Johnny, good Wednesday morning to you.
And a good Wednesday.
That warning, of course, was that at some point the 6 through 9, 5 through 9 guys in the order would not be carrying the team on a nightly basis. And yesterday was a rough one for them. Marsh, Sosa, Kepler, Stott, Marchand. That was your 5 through 9. JT had the day off yesterday. They went a total of 2 for 15. And, of course, the guys at the top of the order did not do their part. Harper with the 1 home run, which took place in the top of the 9th inning when the Phillies were already trailing 6-0. And those 6 runs were on Ranger Suarez's watch. Ranger danger right now,
Yeah, it's Ranger
Johnny.
danger. It's one of the reasons why I said, and it was very unpopular, I would have flipped Ranger in a second.
I wouldn't have done it in a second.
No, I would have, because of the expiring contract. And that's the only reason. The expiring contract, I would have absolutely, and I think you could have gotten somebody to bite on it. I worry about Ranger Suarez because one thing I know about Ranger, and I think it's why the Phillies have not signed him, they know he can't put together a year. They know he can't put together, he cannot put together 6 months of baseball.
A full season.
He's not going to be in condition. He's not going to be conditioned enough. He's not going to be strong enough. He's going to always go through these lulls. And whatever it is, Ben Davis was talking about it last night, whether it's conditioning, whether it's, I don't know, focus, whatever it is. He loses his way every year.
Yeah.
And to me, it's like he's in that moment right now. Now, do I fully expect he can put it together in September? Absolutely.
Sure.
But I would have, in the right deal to try to make
in the
your
right
team
deal,
better.
right. In the right
I would have
deal.
absolutely.
Like when you say
flipped
in
it.
a second,
I'm not
it
saying
makes it
just
sound like bag of balls.
No,
right.
I'm not saying leave him by the corner, but I'm saying in the right deal, I would have made him the centerpiece of some big deal to try to improve my team.
And look, this is the reason why maybe last year they give the extension to Christopher Sanchez. They do not give the extension to Ranger Suarez. To your point about at some point always falling off, I have his career ERA by month in front of me right now. Month of April/March, depending on what time he's pitching in. 2.28 ERA in 10 starts. In May, 20 starts, 28 appearances, because remember at one point he was a long reliever. 3.57 ERA, not great, but not bad.
Sure.
June, 2.35 ERA in 22 starts, 34 total appearances. And then we reach the second half of the season. July, he has a career 4.31 ERA, 16 starts, 35 appearances. Drops it to a 3.67 in August in 20 starts, 33 appearances. But September/October, regular season, that is, a 3.98 ERA, 23 starts, 39 appearances. So his 3 worst months in terms of ERA, July the worst, September the second worst, August the third worst,
Not
all
surprised
second half
September.
of the season.
I never would have guessed that.
It's regular season, so not playoffs.
Right, exactly. I think the weight's a problem. He's always heavier in the second half every single year. His numbers on the road, it was interesting to talk. Did you hear, I don't know how early you got bedtime done last night, but with the early start, you probably missed Ricky talking about it.
I missed the talking.
Okay, Ricky talking about it pregame was really interesting. They were trying to break down, Michael Barkam was trying to get Ricky to talk about why would his ERA be 3 runs better on the road than at home. And he said that distractions at home are far worse than distractions on the road.
Sure.
He said it's harder when you have children, when you have a spouse, when you have things to do at home. When you're on the road, you wake up, you maybe get yourself some breakfast after you've slept in,
This team with the coffee, they love their coffee.
Yeah, you take a nap. You maybe go and get a beer after the game with your buddies. You sleep in. You're rested. You're doing stuff. It's different when you're at home. He's got young children. He's got a wife and everything. But, too, with Ranger, the weight always comes on. And I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
I think the conditioning always slips off.
Now, yesterday there was a horrible, wretched call at one point where he has 2 strikes, 2 outs, and the umpire.
It swung the whole game.
The umpire missed the call, and then a couple pitches later, Suarez gives up a 2-run double. But again, still no excuse to eventually give up 6 earned runs, 10 hits, walked 2, and only striking out 3. That's not a Ranger Suarez start.
He was cruising though.
Yeah, I know.
And even though he was in a little trouble that inning, that pitch was so bad.
Oh, it was horrible. Yeah.
And if we get the robot umps, that inning's out and done. And this is where I even copied Connor on my tweet. For all you people, and I say you people, who want, I like the human element of the game. Well, the human element screwed a perfectly good game last night. It screwed up a perfectly good game because you like some stupid human element. It screwed the Phillies last night. That turned a 0-0 game that should have been 0-0 going to the next inning into a 3-0 game. And all hell broke loose from that point on. The game was out of control.
Ranger Suarez, month of July, his ERA was a 4.57.
Wow.
Now, again, for context, May, it was a 2.97. June, it was a 1.30.
Wow.
July, 4.57. So far in 3 starts in August, a 6.75 ERA for Ranger Suarez. So my question to start the show at 610-632-0975, is there a world where we will find Ranger Suarez playing himself into just being the Swiss Army knife bullpen arm? Because remember, when he was one of the best pitchers in baseball in the month of June, maybe was the best pitcher in baseball in the month of June, we were talking about how Luzardo was going to be the guy that was going to go to the bullpen because who knows what Aaron Nola will look like. If you have the Nola that we've seen in postseasons past, he would be one of your guys in the rotation. Obviously, Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, and the way Ranger Suarez was pitching, you would not be able to take him out of the rotation. Now that Ranger Suarez has been struggling the way that he has, and again, there is history that backs up this is a common occurrence for Ranger in the second half of the season. It's a shame because we know how good he is when he is on. My thing is, look, I've seen him be the Swiss Army knife in the playoffs before. I can trust him, and it's only an inning, 2 innings, 3 innings, as opposed to a couple of innings where, once again, I know the bad call was the bad call, horrible call, but it was later on in the inning. We've seen his last couple of starts. He'll get through the first couple of frames. It's then all of a sudden innings 3, 4, 5, second time through the order when he's throwing 89, 90 miles per hour.
Here's the problem, though, is that we've got 7 weeks of baseball left. Mm-hmm. You can't afford him to be this down the stretch.
No, he can't be this bad.
You know what I mean?
Right.
This has got to be, this thing, as much as I joke about the 39 magic number, he can't be this bad. Like, there's still work to be done. You're 5 games up this morning. You got a magic number of 39. You got 7 coming up with the Nats in the next 2 weeks.
Right.
A 5-2 is the absolute minimum you got to go there in that 7-game stretch. So Rangers got to get his head out of his collective behind.
Yeah, but you know what? It might not even be head out of his collective behind. It might just be what Zach Wheeler's dealing with right now, too. And that's the scary thing. Like, this team, the only real, true strength of this team is leaking oil right now. And you could go to the shop. You can get it patched up. You can get it fixed. But that means taking time off. Do you want to have 2 of your more reliable arms skipping a start or 2? Look, they should with Zach Wheeler. They might have to with Ranger Suarez. Now you're going 2 weeks where you're relying on Walker, who has been pitching well.
Right.
Aaron Nola, whenever he comes back.
Cool.
Luzardo. And then you're going to have to try to piecemeal a couple of starts if this is the plan that you do. I just don't know if they do it.
See, here's the problem. That's you've just laid it out there. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Sure.
There's a lot of work to be done. And this team doesn't – the finish line is not there yet. I believe the finish line is going to seem really, really close in a couple of weeks. I've said that I think it's going to seem very close. We'll see what happens.
As long as these arms can stay fresh, man. All right, coming up next, hear from the man himself. How does Rangers Suarez feel? You'll get those words coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, a Schefter Wednesday morning, who'll join us today at 7:55. We got a lot in store for you today. We'll tell you all about it as the show goes on here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans in the world.
Here for the pro.
All right, I'm going to give you these comments from Ranger Suarez here in a second, but our man Joe the Cynic has checked in via social media. And he sent
What's up, Joey?
He sent a tweet that is really accurate, and it is a reason why. Going back to 2 weeks ago when I declared the Mets the winners of the National League East.
Which I I'm glad I missed that show.
Yeah. And hopefully I'm wrong.
No, you're wrong.
So Joe checks in, says, when the front office ignored the bullpen help for 3/4 of the season, starters were forced to go longer than usual. This was bound to happen to some of the rotation, especially Ranger, who is notorious for breakdowns. Now, the reason why I declared the Mets winners of the NL East was they acquired 2 legitimate bullpen arms to an already decent bullpen with Edwin Diaz, the starting pitchers, which I think is one of their weaknesses. It's their weakness in New York. They now only have to go 5 in a game or 4 in some moments. And you can have a guy that could pitch 2 innings that's not named Joe Ross for you, right? And then you have 7, 8, 9 locked down. The Phillies starters have, to Joe's point, been needing to go deep into ball games. And maybe the innings have piled up. And that's why you have to make a legitimate consideration, if you're the Phillies front office and the medical staff, to give Wheeler maybe a 2-week stretch off, Suarez a week or 2-week stretch off, because it is apparent that the amount of innings are getting to them, especially Ranger Suarez. I just saw a tweet during the break, John, from Anthony DeBundo, who does stuff for The Ringer and, big, it seems like baseball analytic guy. He posted the Fangraphs chart of Ranger Suarez's game logs since 2023 when he became a full-time starter, because you remember 22, he was still starting some games, relief some games.
Okay.
His average velocity in 2023 hovered around 93 to 94. In 2024, it hovered around 92 to 93. In 2025, it is hovering below 90 on an average basis, his fastball. And we've talked about this. Ricky has talked about this. It's one thing if you're throwing 89, you're painting, right?
Yes.
It's another thing if you're throwing 89 and you're throwing it over the middle of the plate. And Ranger Suarez, after the game yesterday, did say, quote, I think I could have gotten out of those innings with way less damage than we did. I think I just mentally blocked at that point, and I just stopped trying to execute those pitches. I think I was just throwing the ball. This is after the bad call. He was so frustrated that it got to him, and now he's just throwing the ball. He's not pitching. And Ranger Suarez, with his lack of velocity, needs to be able to pitch and not just throw the ball. He was, of course, asked about his health, because that's our biggest question. Maybe dead arm at this point of the season. Quote, I felt good. I felt better than last time out. Overall, I felt better, and look at what happened. I missed a couple. That's the game. I wouldn't say it's fatigue. I feel good, actually. I know I've had a couple of rough starts, and I realize wondering if it could be fatigue, but it's not. I just think about it as having to look back at those pitches that were missed, that I missed, and getting better at that point.
I'm going to tell you that I don't, and I think Joe is one of our smarter baseball fans that checks in with us. I will completely disagree with Joe on this point, though. I do not believe that the starters were being kept in games too long. I don't remember watching every game this year. I do not remember sitting there and ever coming in here and going, man, they just went with the starters too long. I don't remember. I don't remember that. So I don't.
Having to go 7 every single game taxes you.
I don't believe that was the case. I believe that when the starters went 7, it was because they were cruising, and I don't believe it was like Thompson going, we have to let them go 7. I don't remember us ever coming in going, man, they just won't take the starters out.
There were a few times where we were surprised that they went back out for another inning.
I wish that, because many times that's what I'm calling for.
Right.
So, but I trust Joe's Joe has a good baseball eye, so I'm willing to at least consider it as potentially an answer.
Now, I have something off of the Ranger Suarez comments that I just want to mention in the next segment. Also,
too many enchiladas?
Big win. Come on, man.
Seriously, I mean, look at the beginning of the year to now. There's a difference.
No, that is nothing.
There's a difference.
It has nothing to do with his weight. My comment. Also, coming up next, we have a big week ahead at NovaCare. Is there more intrigue for you because of the joint practices and with the team that they're going up against? We discuss that next. It is Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Ranger gets hit around. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Phils lost to the Cincinnati Reds last night by a score of 6-1. Ranger Suarez was on the mound, and he continues to struggle with his velocity and his pitch location. Suarez allowed 6 runs on 10 hits in 5 1/3 innings pitched. Bryce Harper drove in the only run of the game with the home run in the 9th inning. It was kind of a little too late with that one. Phils try to win their 4th straight series this evening against the Reds. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound this evening. First pitch is at 5:10. Aaron Nola struck out 11 in his 5 2/3 innings pitched last night for the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs as he gets closer to his return. Could return as close as Sunday, their reports are saying. Eagles begin their open practices today against the Cleveland Browns before the two teams play this Saturday. This week could prove huge for the starting cornerback battle opposite Quinyon Mitchell. Jeff McClain of the Inquirer joined Kincade Salciunas yesterday, and this is what he had to say about that battle.
Most likely it's going to be either Keely or Adoree. Maybe something else does happen. They don't feel really comfortable with either of them. But look, every team is going to be weak at 1 or 2 spots. I think the Eagles are willing to kind of go into the season with one of those guys if that's the way it ends up.
This update was brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Brendan Gunn, and you're listening to the home of the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Previously on Unfiltered.
When you talk about defending your title, that is inaccurate. I guess in boxing it's different. In boxing, I can understand because you are defending. Because you will literally have the trophy on you, and that guy's trying to take it from you. Right.
Then Nick Sirianni's press conference.
This isn't boxing where it's you're the champ until someone takes your belt away. No, this is football. Everyone starts out 0-0.
Did Nick make the switch? Unfiltered. Weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hell yeah. If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local
no excuses.
Kincade and Salciunas is live right now on YouTube.
The Fanatic app,
97.5thefanatic.com.
any streaming device, and of course the radio.
Now, back to the show.
It is 6:25 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, one thing off of the Ranger Suarez comments that we read to you in the previous segment, Johnny. When he says, I felt good, I felt better than last time out. Overall, I felt better, and look what happened. I missed a couple. That's the game. I wouldn't say it's fatigue. I feel good, actually. I know I've had a couple of rough starts, and I realized wondering if it could be fatigue, but it's not. I just think about it as having to look back at those pitches that were missed, that I missed, and getting better at that point. My man's a free agent at the end of the season. You think he's going to tell people his arms?
Correct.
You think he's got fatigue?
You think they're ever going to tell you if they're hurt?
Yeah.
It's so funny as the other day is like people are like, yeah, see, Wheeler's not hurt. He told you. The manager said he's not hurt. There's nothing going on. The manager said so. I said, do you think the manager's going to tell you? Are you dopes? Seriously.
Yeah.
They're not going to tell you.
Well, and Ranger especially.
And Ranger's not going to tell you.
Because he's trying to get paid this offseason.
He wants to get paid.
So he is not going to go out there and say, yeah, I have fatigue. I need a week or two off.
I want to do a little exercise real quickly with you and Gunner.
What do we got?
2022, today on this day, well, the exact amount of games. The Phillies in 2022 and 2023 had the same record. Do you know what the difference is? Today, the Phillies wake up 69-50 this morning.
Okay.
Do you know what their record was in 2022 and 2023 on this date? Same amount of games.
So 69-50 now. I'll subtract 5, so 64-55.
Very good. That's really good stuff. So 2022 and 2023, they were 65 and 54. So they're 4 games ahead of that pace. Do you know what they were last year when they had that amazing season? The Phillies are 69-50 this morning. Do you remember what we woke up last year through 119 games?
I don't, but you said something the other day about how they're right around the same pace. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Gunner?
4. No, kidding. 72 and, add 3 games to that.
Same record.
Same record. I remember you saying something,
We're
and
at
I
the same
was
record as last
shocked
year.
by it because of how different it has felt
Well,
this
we
year.
did that on the show the other day. NBC Sports Philadelphia did it on the pregame show.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. 69-50. So today, the Phillies wake up with the same record today as they did last year through 119.
And it's flipped kind of
But
because
it's
you're
so
getting
crazy.
better.
It's such a. That's what I feel, Gunner.
You're getting better as opposed to last year. You're getting much worse.
Last year, I felt like you were on the slide. This year, I feel like we're on the incline, like we're going better, like things are going better. So I look at this as a positive. I look at it as same record as last year. Last year, I felt like I was on the Six Flags. I'm heading downhill.
Right.
This year, I feel like 69-50 is ascending. So,
right. Especially with winning the last couple of series that they have. And look, they look to win another series. That even though yesterday sucked, they can still win another series today.
And they're doing well against and they've really done well against good teams.
Yeah,
they've won series against good teams. So that's there's your feel-good thought of the day. That's where, just put it in your head.
Now, it's amazing how one loss can change how everyone feels. I'm looking at our YouTube chat. I need to place a wager with Philly Eagles 215, who's always super kind.
What's up, Eagles?
The Phillies will win 1 game against the Brewers in a 7-game series, is what Philly Eagles 215 says. And a lot of people are now talking about how the Phillies are going to lose quickly, blah, blah, blah.
Really?
Yes. I'm going to once again say,
I'll make that bet.
I do not totally believe that the Brewers are legitimate threats.
Wow.
So let's make I need the terms.
They're not legitimate threats?
I do not believe that they will make the NLCS. And before somebody goes, oh, well, I mean, that's going to be hard.
No, they're going to lose. So there's no way they're losing the bye.
So they don't win a playoff series.
So they don't win a playoff series.
So let's make that clear. For everybody that believes they're the best team since sliced bread, I don't believe they reached the NLCS.
By the way, what did people say before sliced bread?
That's a good question. So that could mean a couple of things. They could fall out of this top spot, which is still a possibility in my opinion.
That's a little hard.
Or they get the bye and they lose the divisional round of the playoffs. So name the terms. Philly Eagles 215.
Well,
because once you start getting personal, now I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Now I'm ready to go. Once you start getting personal.
Okay. As soon as Chris Miller gets that Commanders bet.
Oh, by the way,
Do we add
you
it?
got the wrong borough. He's
What?
from Glassboro.
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't
I
realize that.
saw it on the chat the other day. I
All
forgot
right,
to
well,
tell
then
you.
Chris has got to come up with.
He's my neighbor.
No, well, then I'll get him something from his
Yeah,
borough.
Chris
he
Miller's
gets
my
him
neighbor.
something from my borough.
There's
That'll work out well.
There's a PJ's nearby.
You come out in Lambview.
Just do a PJ's bet.
Exactly. We'll do a PJ's bet. But, Chris, I mean, there must be an outage in Glass. Is there a internet outage over there?
What, in Glassboro?
He hasn't come up with that wager. It's been weeks.
Yeah.
Since the boastful, chesty Commanders are going to be better than the Eagles this year. Come on, come on now. Even $20. Make it 20. Make it 50. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, so
Let's go.
Name the terms. Name
There
the
we go.
terms.
Come on.
All right. Do we have more intrigue this week? Eagles, Browns, joint practices. Obviously, the biggest story in preseason football right now is Shedeur Sanders. But it's not just about Shedeur Sanders. We also know that the coaches, they tell you flat out, they care more about the joint practices than the preseason games themselves. So do you have more intrigue following along Eagles reporters this week, Johnny?
Oh, yes. I absolutely do. I'll be attached at the hip to following what Andrew DiCecco's doing, hearing his fine work on Unfiltered in the afternoons.
Yes, and today at 8:25 here on Kincade
That'll be
Salciunas.
good. It'll be good to hear from him. And I'll be glad to hear his work because I've been reading. His stuff's been really in-depth and really, really good. But to me, I get so much more out of what the eyeballs are seeing in a joint practice than I do in a preseason game because it's absolutely scripted. The joint practice is, here is what the Browns want to do. We're trying to practice today. We want to see what our red zone defense looks like. Nick Sirianni goes, great. Well, we'll practice our red zone offense against your defense, and then we'll flip them out,
Yep.
and we'll do that. Okay, what else do we want to do? We want to try out whatever it is. They literally orchestrate and script out the two coaches. The coaching staffs sit and figure out what practice is going to be. So this is perfect. And to me, I get much more out of that because they're talking about exact scenarios, and we're going to be able to see first-teamers going up against first-teamers. Now, it's the Browns, so we should expect some good stuff. We better expect some good stuff out of it better be good.
The only thing that makes me hesitate when we talk about the whole joint practices.
Okay,
how much we
what
can
makes
learn.
you hesitate?
Jalen Reagor was the joint practice Hall of Fame member. Remember all the one-handed catches, the highlight reel plays that he would have in the joint practices? It was always with like the Patriots for a couple of years. And Jalen Reagor, breakout season. Nelson Aguilar was another joint practice hero. Now, eventually, he finally had one really good season with the Eagles, the first-round pick that he was. But I get what you're saying. I
get
you
much
can
more out of
work on
this.
specific things.
I
Yeah.
will pay much more attention to what comes out of the next 2 days and what I hear from DiCecco's eyeballs, what I hear from Jeff McClain, and when you hear from an Adam Schefter comes out. I'll put much more into that than anything that comes out of Saturday afternoon.
Right.
Anything.
Well, especially if no starters, which we kind of know that no starters will be playing on Saturday, whereas
That's
the
what's gonna
starters
happen.
participate in the joint practices. And look, we'll find out more how Jalen is because by reports, not that I follow quarterback stats in training camp, Hurts has not been as clean in camp this year, turning the football over. Oh, my God, season's
gosh.
over.
All right, I got to bet. Let me get to my Bet Parks app. I got to bet these things.
The Cleveland Browns, it's a different defense that doesn't see Jalen throw the ball every single day in practice, tendencies, all that kind of stuff. So I'll be curious to see how Jalen plays against the Cleveland Browns. By the way, A.J. Brown's been banged up a little bit, so let's see A.J. Brown.
They were a bad team.
Not a bad defense.
But they weren't a bad defense.
Yeah. My man, Jim Schwartz, man, still doing it.
Schwartzy.
Jim Schwartz.
They were the
still
top
doing it.
defense 2 years ago,
Yeah.
so it's not that far removed from it.
Yeah. Jim Schwartz was the most
He is
underappreciated defensive coordinator I can remember.
I would say if we made up we don't do Mount Rushmore shows because we actually do show prep, but if we did a Mount Rushmore show because we were lazy that day, and you said the most underappreciated figures in sports history, I would put Jim Schwartz on it.
People hated him. Like, it was the weirdest thing.
I'd put Jim Schwartz on it. Do you realize Jim Schwartz at home was a better defensive coordinator than Jim Johnson? His
I did not
defenses.
realize that.
His defenses. He had a couple years where it was like 10 points at home, 9 points at home.
It was just that Sticks defense would get
Which,
on
by the way,
people's
people-
skin.
by the way, I hate it.
Yeah, I didn't like it either. And, oh, by the way, people still bring this up, and I don't know why. Yeah, but, like, look at what they did in the Super Bowl. The offense had to win in the game. Okay, sorry that they had to win one game.
And wait a minute, wait.
What did they do in the
That's the
divisional
game that-
round
and it's the game-
the NFC Championship
They
game?
choked the life out of the Falcons.
Yes.
They choked the life out of the Vikings.
Yeah, Jim Schwartz was it was a weirdly underappreciated
It's the
guy
game that
here.
they played. They said, we're going to let Tom Brady beat us underneath all day long.
Yeah.
All day long. And we think that we're going to be able to beat them underneath all day long. God, it worked.
By the way,
I don't know
Schwartz
how.
is just a younger version of Fangio, the way he talks. Like,
Sort of,
he's
yeah.
not afraid to, like, call
He
guys
wasn't
out.
as I think Vic's a little more candid.
Remember
By
what
the
he,
way, they're
remember what
not
he
that-
said about Nigel Bradham?
By the way, he's not that much younger.
Oh, is he not?
No, it's just shocking. Because Vic Fangio just seems crotchety.
Remember what he said
Just
about
great.
Bradham? He said, the more you do dumbass things, pretty soon you'll be labeled a dumbass. Like, that was like a great line. I loved it. And that was when Nigel Bradham beat up the Cabana boy.
Scott Mastower said that about us, too.
Coming up
Last
next,
staff meeting.
we'll check our text line for the first time this morning. Are you starting to worry about Ranger Suarez, and would you start to think of him being the bullpen arm and not Jesus Luzardo, which we've all kind of been talking about for a while now? It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
Maybe you should sign me up for being a platoon guy. Maybe I'll take this new
Has the tone changed from Phillies fans after yesterday's loss to the Reds? Again, I gave the warning yesterday that at some point the bottom four, or in this case yesterday, bottom five in the order wouldn't continuously carry the team to wins. Now, it is alarming that once again 1 through 4 in the order didn't do much for you. Turner 1 for 4, Schwarber 0 for 4. Well, that's okay. We'll allow him to have a bad day every once in a while. Harper 1 for 4 with the home run, but it was the 9th inning when they're down 6-0. And Nick Castellanos 1 for 4. They need more, absolutely, from the top of the order. One more thing before we get to the text line. The Cincinnati Reds are flirting with Kyle Schwarber big time right now. What? Am I stealing a headline story?
Yeah, I was going to toss it. You can say it.
All right. Did you see what they did yesterday?
Tell me.
So the Cincinnati Reds, there was an article that came out like 2 days ago. The writer for The Athletic that covers the Reds sat down and spoke with Kyle Schwarber about potential, because he's from the Cincinnati area.
Sure. Yeah, his dad threw out the first pitch last night.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that was fantastic.
Uh-huh.
And his Little League coach.
I mean, it was fantastic.
And Kyle Schwarber, they asked to catch the first pitch.
He did.
The Cincinnati Reds, they have Kyle Schwarber. How many times have we done the whole, hey, don't let this guy leave the city, right? Whenever there's a trade or something like that. Now, they can't acquire him at this point of the season, but they can try to show him all the riches that they have by bringing out Pop, Little League coach. Hey, Kyle, why don't you catch the first pitch? Let's have a nice fluff piece with the writer from The Athletic that covers the Reds, talking about how cool it would be for you to play with the Cincinnati Reds, because when you were a kid dreaming about your chances to play in the big leagues, you imagined yourself wearing a Reds jersey, hitting the game-winning home run.
And Dad, the relationship with his father, being able to be with his dad, be in his hometown. The Reds can pay whatever they want. They have the money.
They have the money. They have a young, fun roster.
He could crush Terry Francona, by the way.
Frenchie, yep.
He has let's just say he has a relationship already with Kyle Schwarber. They have a friendship.
Yep.
Just don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. You didn't get it done when you had a chance to get it done. You had a chance to make the man you had a chance to get this off the table in the offseason. You could have just blown him away.
Yeah.
By the way, blown him away and made it a non-issue.
By the way, just one more little note here that freaks me out.
What's that?
If Schwarber is trying to make an HOF case, obviously he's going to have to do it via the long ball.
Well, he can make it there. Cincinnati
is one of the most hitter-friendly ballparks for the long ball, more so than Citizens Bank.
Oh, he'd crush it. Would you pencil him in for 40 every year?
Sure.
You'd pencil him in for 40.
Does he have the protection there?
I'd pencil.
They got a fun roster that they're building in Cincinnati.
I would pencil him in for 40 every single year.
With Ellie,
if he signs a 3-year deal, he's hitting 125 more home runs.
So
that would be the floor of what I would think. He
would still have a better chance of winning the whole thing with the Phillies, but I don't know.
He's done that before.
What matters?
He's already done that.
What matters to him? Big paycheck, hometown, Pop,
and
home runs.
Be with Dad, be in his hometown. There's a lot.
The Cincinnati Reds, man. The Cincinnati Reds are flirting big time.
You got to sell him on. This is his kid's hometown. It's not about you anymore,
Yes.
Kyle Schwarber.
Exactly. He's got the brewery. He's got yards. Come on. He's got Wawa. Oh, come on. Wawa in Cincinnati.
They got a whole month for you.
Come on now. All right. What do we got on the text line? Obviously, a lot of concerns surrounding Ranger Suarez. What are the people saying this morning, Gunner?
No name on this one, but he says if you're not worried, then there's something extremely wrong with you. This has been Ranger the last 3 seasons. After the All-Star break, he has to go to the IL, and Nola has to come back soon.
Well, but here's the
Nola
thing.
will be back this weekend, hopefully.
But that also, if we're also talking about Wheeler taking time off, that's 2 guys. That's on a normal day, that's 12 innings a week, right between those two guys.
They're not both going to the IL, and by the way, there's no reason for Ranger to go to the IL, none.
Well, if you believe him when he says there's no fatigue right now.
No. Well, the one thing is you've heard the Phillies address the physical issue with Zach Wheeler. They've not addressed anything about it. So there's no reason to believe that anything's happening with Ranger with an IL stint.
You just got to hope that one of these next couple starts, it's a good start, and you feel comfortable after that, because these last couple, I mean, he's been having a rough go with it right now. 5 1/3 yesterday, 6 earned runs, 10 hits, and the 10 hits, that's what scares me. Like, they're hitting the ball. The previous start, 6 1/3 against a bad Orioles team, 9 hits, 5 earned runs. He had the quality start against the Tigers, which was a good one. 7 innings, 3 earned runs. Those 3 runs came early, and then he settled in after that. 5 2/3 against the Yankees, just 1 earned run. That was a good one. But then 4 1/3, 6 earned runs against the Angels. And so that's 3 out of your last 4 starts have 3 out of your last 5 starts have been rough. And Suarez is a guy that you need to be a consistent piece in this rotation, or he's your Swiss Army knife in the bullpen.
Exactly.
What else we got on the text line?
Yeah, we got Robert B., who's in stage 1 of denial with this text. I look at it as the Rafael Marchand effect. The dude is 7 and 15 as the starting catcher this year, and he started 3 of the last 4 Ranger starts. It's Marchand that is making us lose the games with Ranger, not Ranger himself.
That's absurd.
Yeah, Marchand told Ranger to start throwing 89 miles per hour.
There's nothing to do with velocity that involves Marchand.
Oh, man.
And by the way, did you see again, I don't know when bedtime hits you. The Marchand pop time, did you see the whole thing they were doing last night about him and the pop time?
Yeah.
You realize him and JT are exactly same. That is unbelievable. And JT to be able to do it at his age.
Oh, yeah.
With Marchand.
Look, I say
it's incredible.
I say it every time the backup catcher conversation comes up. I need them to be above average at one of the 2 facets of the game, either offensively or defensively. And Rafael Marchand is a quality defensive
No, he's
catcher.
quality defensive.
And that's why you take the one, whatever, I don't know what his batting average is now.
We need it to be a hell of a lot better.
No, you want it to be a hell of a lot better. But if he's playing...
He's unbelievable right now.
Once a week, like, all right, 192 is not good.
No.
But if he's back there and he's calling a good game and he's throwing guys out and he's got the good defensive ability, I'll still take that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
that's why you have like guys like Chris Coase who weren't great defensive catchers, but he batted 300. And so you took it because he was at least good or above average in one area of the game.
It's just better than having DJ AAA.
I got you.
So that's what I like.
All right, coming up next, we'll reset the show. Also, more on the Eagles. Should we be even more concerned about the secondary, considering the early part of the schedule? It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils go down in Cincinnati. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. Yes, the Phillies lost last night to the Cincinnati Reds by a score of 6-1. Ranger Suarez was on the mound, and he continues to struggle with his velocity down and issues with pitch location. Suarez allowed 6 runs on 10 hits in 5 1/3 innings pitched. Bryce Harper drove in the only run of the game in the 9th inning with the home run. By then, it was much too late for anything. Phils try to win their 4th straight series this evening, though, against the Reds. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound. First pitch is at 5:10 in the afternoon. Aaron Nola made a rehab start last night with Lehigh Valley with the Iron Pigs. He struck out 11 in 5 2/3. Nola could return as soon as Sunday for the Phils. The Eagles begin their open practices today against the Cleveland Browns before the 2 teams play a preseason game on Saturday. This week could prove huge for the starting cornerback battle outside of Quinyon Mitchell. Jeff McClain from the Inquirer joined Kincade Salciunas yesterday, and this is what he had to say about it.
Most likely it's going to be either Keely or Adoree. Maybe something else does happen. They don't feel really comfortable with either of them. But look, every team is going to be weak at 1 or 2 spots. I think the Eagles are willing to kind of go into the season with one of those guys if that's the way it ends up.
Offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo is set to speak to the media coming up around 9:10 this morning. We will carry that live for you right here on Kincade and Salciunas. You're listening to the home of the best Birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
7-5, the Fanatic, the morning after a tough loss for the Phillies, 6-1 to the Cincinnati Reds. Ranger Suarez once again not looking like himself, or maybe you could make the case that he is looking like himself in the second half of the season. Another bad outing yesterday, 10 hits allowed for Suarez, 6 earned. I understand there was the horrible missed call that obviously changed that inning and changed the game, but still 10 hits. It's because he's not getting it by people, and he's not spotting his pitches well enough, and that's why 3 out of his last 5 starts have been bad, John.
And that's the difference, too, when I was saying to you the other day, and you were having a good conversation with me about it before off the air, about I said to you, I'm shocked at how much Duran pitches to contact.
Yeah.
Because when you think of a guy throwing 101, 100, 102.
You're swinging, baby.
You know, but they're coming up there and they're saying he's in the strike zone, so get up there and swing.
Yeah.
So he's pitching to contact also, but there's a difference between pitching to contact at 89
right,
pitching to contact at 101. They're just going up there self-defense. They don't want to fall down to Duran.
Yeah.
Because then that splinker,
yeah,
it's the splinker,
it's
right?
nasty. Yeah.
That thing is awful. That pitch is
that
pitch is
good
stupid.
Luck. Yeah, good luck.
You're not stupid.
You're not stupid.
That pitch is that would make you look stupid. As
By the
Bill
way,
Colarillo would say.
Suarez, 3 strikeouts yesterday, 3 strikeouts the game before that. This is the Reds, who are a fun little team, and the Orioles.
They like to swing, though.
Yeah, but only 3 strikeouts total, or 6 strikeouts total the last 2 games, and 2 walks yesterday, which is uncharacteristic of Ranger Suarez.
Odd. Yeah, it's a little odd.
So Suarez has been off recently. The question is whether or not he'd be the next guy that we send to the bullpen.
Yeah, how many guys we send in the bullpen in the postseason?
Well, no, it's between Luzardo versus Suarez. I mean, that's what this is from now until the end of September.
So you're saying it's like this is a
competition
audition.
You know, and we do we have? Let's just do it now. The way the NLCS, NLDS schedules.
Well, the way the
work,
NLDS does,
yes,
not NLCS.
The way the NLDS works out for the Phillies or any National League team participating in the NLDS,
it works out well.
There's a couple of off days built in, and so
you have a day off between game 1 and 2, and you have a day off between game 2 and 3.
So theoretically, you only need 3 starters, not only for the wild card series, but also for the NLDS. And, you know, in a perfect world, you're not playing in the wild card series, and you can go Wheeler game 1, Sanchez game 2, and then you're picking the litter between Luzardo, Suarez, and Nola for game 3. And then because of the off days, if necessary, you have Wheeler and Sanchez for games 4 and 5. That works out big time for the Phillies.
It's the Phillies' advantage. I mean, this really does work out well. You do not need the Phillies will not need a 4th starter until the NLCS.
Right.
Should they make it. And they will not, which helps a lot. But that also means, too, is that can help with your construction of how many pitchers are you carrying in the NLDS?
Right.
Do you maybe carry 1 less and 1 extra bat
in
a 5-game series? Because you're thinking you're going to get 2 Wheeler starts, 2 Sanchez starts.
Yeah.
In an NLDS if you need it.
And one of those arms is probably one of these bullpen guys that you're going to throw out there for the 6th inning, because you might want to keep like a Walker, or you might want to keep somebody that can, depending on the situation in the game, come in and pitch multiple innings for you.
I'm fascinated with the Taijuan Walker discussion.
Yeah.
Because has Taijuan Walker pitched his way onto the postseason rotation?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question.
Postseason roster, not rotation.
Right.
But to me, I'm fascinated by that discussion because that is something that in April, we would have laughed at.
Oh, yeah, nobody would have believed it.
And he has been incredible. By the way, they said, as of last night, he's the top 5 5th starter now.
Yeah, good for him.
It's unbelievable. He's done a great job.
And contract year, baby.
Because I wrote him off.
Yeah,
I wrote him off. And even though I was a defender of him, I wrote him off. So he's been fantastic.
Contract year, man.
That's a way. Doesn't it work that way?
Year. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. All right, give us one more text message, Gunner, and then we're going to get into this Eagles discussion about the secondary in the first 4 weeks of the season.
Yeah, speaking of Schwarber, we're in a contract year. This is the first text I've seen where somebody is fine with him walking. He says if the Phillies can go out there and sign Kyle Tucker and then Eugenio Suarez as DH, I would be cool with Schwarber leaving.
First off,
crazy.
Why you're going to sign Suarez at 36?
Yeah, and oh, by the way, Suarez and Kyle Tucker are going to get paid a lot of money, too.
They're going to get paid huge money, so you're going to pay double what you're paying. They're going to get the money.
Right. They might get exactly what Schwarber's getting.
You're
At least
not paying
Suarez
double
is.
that. They're
Right.
not doing that. That's ridiculous. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Again, the reason why I made the
You
case.
can have one of those guys, but
Sure.
by the way, how are you going to talk? Like, do you think that, okay, Tucker, I'd love that, by the way.
Yeah,
But not at the expense of Schwarber. But if you told me you're losing Schwarber and you're getting Tucker, I'm sleeping at night. I'll put my head in the pillow and go, okay.
Still bummed out, though.
I'm bummed out because I don't want to see Schwarber go. But are you telling me that, yeah, Tucker, oh, yeah, I'm choosing the Phillies. Dude, he can go anywhere he wants.
Well, depending on the dollar amount,
he's
might.
He's gonna have 7-8 teams that are gonna be calling for
sure.
him.
Again, this is
And
why
you gotta win that bidding war.
This is why I've been making the case for Schwarber MVP, because what he has done for this Phillies team this year, he has carried them. And he also doesn't have any allegations against him like Shohei Ohtani does.
Yeah, by the way, who seems like a
scoundrel.
I'm gonna flat out say it. He seems like there's crooked follows him.
Yeah.
Like shady stuff follows him.
Yeah, there was more to the story yesterday. We'll get into
not
it.
good.
Shady in the terms of hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I mean it's a shady character. And I've already told you before. Watch it when the guy gets out of federal prison.
Ipe.
I promise you, he lives a beautiful life.
Yeah.
I promise you he will live a very beautiful
See
life.
if Major League Baseball can sweep this one under the rug, the second thing in as many years.
Well, Pete Rose, man, if Pete Rose had only had an interpreter,
Yep.
it would have been incredible.
All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles, obviously the big thing that we are following this training camp has been the secondary battles. And I say secondary because it's not just cornerback 2, where we're seeing the battle between Adoree Jackson, Keely Ringo, and then where they acquire Jacorian Bennett to be a part of this mix. There's also the safety battle between Andrew Makuba and Sidney Brown. By the way, Drew Makuba was running with the first teams yesterday. I saw the tweet from our man Andrew DiCecco. Sidney Brown obviously got banged up in the preseason game against the Bengals, but Drew Makuba was running with the ones yesterday. So we have two battles that are still going with a lot of questions surrounding both spots. Because even if Jacorian Bennett wins the battle, are we feeling totally comfortable with him as the other corner opposite of Quinyon Mitchell? Because he could just be the best of a not-so-great bunch. We'll find out as the season progresses. Now, we could find out pretty early because the Eagles start to the season. If there's any if there's any stretch of 4 games where we're going, man, that might be the most difficult one, I think it is the first 4 weeks of the season.
It's the first 4 weeks.
It's the Dallas Cowboys open up September 4th at home. It's on the road in KC. At home against the Rams, depending on the status of Matthew Stafford, and then on the road against the Bucs, who have given you a lot of problems over the years. And, oh, by the way, Baker Mayfield has 18 wide receivers that he can throw to.
And with a offensive approach now, a different offensive coordinator that is going to have a different approach that is going to be pretty wild. Mm-hmm. One of the reportedly greatest offensive minds out there. It's going to be interesting to watch what they put together.
Yeah.
This is going to be – it's the hardest month of the year for the Eagles secondary.
Right.
If you look at September, October, November, December on the calendar, it's the worst month that they should have.
Right.
And it's in September when the secondary is going to be its most vulnerable.
And it's concerning because last year, if you remember, the defense wasn't totally clicking the first month of the season. And then we saw what it turned into, which is why we'll be willing to be patient. At least you and I, John, will be patient with the defense more so than the offense.
Yes, I would be.
But if the defense is getting gashed up for, 25 to 30 points a game, we're going to start getting worried early, especially because there isn't the veteran that we can turn to. Even though Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was horrible for the first, 8-10 weeks of the season.
Yeah, last year he was their I would say he was their weakest link on defense leading into Halloween.
But I expected him to at some point figure it out because he is a proven veteran in the NFL. Same with Darius Slay. Not that he was really having a problem at the beginning parts of the season, but he's a proven veteran in the NFL. I don't have that same sense of confidence that at some point Ringo, Bennett, and Jackson will figure it out if they struggle early. And then we got to figure out, does Makuba pick up the defense quickly, Or is it Sidney Brown? And if it's Sidney Brown, how much does he quickly pick up the position? Because he is the safety that could lay a lick on somebody. But he is also the safety that can completely miss a tackle.
I think they're almost out on Kelee Ringo.
Seems like it.
That Kelee Ringo's just not getting the – it's just not – something's not clicking. I can't wait to talk to Andrew DiCecco about it.
Yeah.
Something's not clicking because you would have expected him to make a splash. Mm-hmm. That this is the time because he's got to make time. He's still very young.
Yeah,
Again, he's a very young player.
But you can't use that excuse when he's 3 years into the league.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
He's still very young. He's younger than some guys who will be in the draft this year,
Which is crazy.
Yeah. But he has not splashed.
And this is why the people that said, "Oh man, come on, give him a break." They had a tough matchup in the first preseason game. Look at the first 4 weeks.
The first 4 weeks are brutal.
It's Dak to CeeDee and Pickens. It's Mahomes to, it doesn't matter. It's Patrick Mahomes. It's Matthew Stafford to Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. And then it's Baker Mayfield to you pick. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, if he's back, Egbuka. They've McMillan. They have a ton of weapons that they're going to have to be facing the first month of the season. And some pretty good quarterbacks. Say what you want about Dak Prescott. He could still chuck it all over the field.
Absolutely nasty. That's why I guess these joint practices are going to be a nice little preview.
Sure. And this is also why there, once again, should be no patience for the other side of the ball.
Correct.
We'll talk more about that coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning. Don't forget, Adam Schefter joins us at 7:55 for his weekly hit right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Good combination play on the near side.
7:05, the Fanatic on Adam Schefter Wednesday. Schefter will join us coming up at 7:55. Our man Andrew DiCecco, ahead of joint practices, will join us at 8:25 today. So we just got into the conversation about the defense and the secondary, and specifically cornerback 2 and the safety battle. So the right side of the field, right? And let's just say right side of the field before we know if Quinyon Mitchell's shadowing the top receiver. We don't know what the plan is just yet. But cornerback 2 and that second safety spot next to Reed Blankenship has been a question and a concern of mine since the season ended and we started seeing what the offseason plan was when they did not bring back Darius Slay, when they traded away Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And I saw one of our YouTube commenters. I'm sorry, you guys have been very active, which I appreciate. I love how active you guys have been this morning.
It's been a very active time for the YouTube crew.
Hell
we
yeah,
appreciate
man.
that.
I love it. Somebody was talking about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and how he's not, how he was a little overrated. Here it is. Philly fan 444. Can we stop overrating CJ GJ? He was a nice player. That's about it. Look, all I can tell you is that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I would say, was a little more than a nice player. Do I think he's Brian Dawkins, Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed? No, I do not. I think they definitely missed his attitude in 2023. We've documented that a million times. And he's a guy that you can trust back there. That's the biggest thing. I do not trust Sidney Brown. I
do not either. The over-aggressiveness always makes me a little anxious.
Yeah, because sometimes it works and he lays a lick on a guy and sometimes he completely misses. And then all of a sudden, that could be a touchdown. Look, they're the safety, right? They're back there for a reason. And then I got to see who Drew Makuba is. Drew Makuba could be better than Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. We haven't seen him play.
CJ GJ did lead the team in interceptions both years he was here, too. Right. So he also adds that turning the ball over aspect to the defense that misses that.
There's a lot. He was a very solid player. Is he as good as Malcolm Jenkins? No. Is he as good as Brian Dawkins? No. But has he been a part of 2 Super Bowl teams? Yeah, he has been. So the offense, John. The first 4 weeks of the season, because we are going to have to watch some growing pains from some guys on this defense, and not just secondary, right? The way Vic Fangio moves his linemen around as much as he does, and the way he uses interior pressure and sometimes drops the edges into coverage, right? We've seen that
sure, absolutely.
In a Vic Fangio defense where Nolan Smith will drop into coverage. We saw Brandon Graham at times dropping back into coverage last year. There's going to be growing pains, period. The only real growing pain for the offense is the new offensive coordinator. Now, I know that's a big one. That is a big thing that we're going to have to figure out.
Hopefully it won't be as big as people like me have made it out to be.
Right.
Hopefully I'm being a little bit of Chicken Little.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I'm seeing a storm where maybe it's just a little bit of a rain shower.
Right. Now, it's one thing for us to say, man, it's great that they have 10 of 11 starters coming back. Patullo has talked about it a couple of times in press conferences about how that makes his life easier, how his life is easier because he was here last year and he has 10 of 11 starters coming back, and the one guy that didn't come back was Mekhi Becton, and we know that Tyler Steen played often last year at the right guard position. Of course, we'll see what Landon Dickerson's status is week 1 once we get there. But the offense, we can't be patient with the offense for multiple reasons. A, they don't really have the excuse other than the OC, which is a big one, but they have all the players back. That's where all the money is.
Oh, it is.
And they're going to need to win them games in the first 4 weeks of the season because I don't think the Eagles will be the number 1 defense in the first month of the season.
I do not believe. Okay, let's do it again. Let's just run through a little process that you did in the last segment. Dallas. Do you think it's a game your defense, if you just gut instinct, your defense wins for you or your offense wins for you?
Your offense wins for you.
You outscore the opponent, right? Are we in agreement there, Gunner? You too?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Second week at Kansas City. I actually think that's a game where your defense might.
I completely agree.
I think that's a game where your defense has got to win it.
I think that's going to be a tight one.
That's going to be tough.
That's going to be a tight game, dude.
And you know how obnoxious they're going to. It's going to be a tough spot.
It's going to be a lot.
But I think that's one where your defense more. I could see that being 20-17.
Yeah, I hear
something
you.
like that. The next week against the Rams, I think it's a game your offense has to win for you.
Yeah.
And then the next week at Tampa, I think it's one you're going to have to outscore them.
That's an over piece.
I can't get there with the Rams yet. I don't know what's going on with their quarterback.
Right.
I don't know.
That is the truth.
I got you. Yeah,
that is the truth.
Talking about that a lot. Again, that's why I laughed when people were trying to say, "Oh, he'll be fine." When you're dealing with a back injury at 37 years old and you can't go through one day of practice without it, flaring up and it's bothering you the next week.
By the way, your head coach comes out and says he's going to practice tomorrow, and then he hasn't been on for the next 2 days after that.
Yeah.
By the way, what's red light? Do you know what this red light therapy is?
No, I don't. Is that what he's doing?
He's doing
He's out in Amsterdam?
They're doing red. It's not the red light district.
That might help.
Is that what you're considering honeymoon? Is that what you're considering the honeymoon? Don't do that for the honeymoon. Red light therapy is what he's doing, and they have a truck. They have a truck that is red light therapy with a hyperbaric chamber. I can only tell you this. I've done the hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah.
Hyperbaric chamber because T.O., the person who did T.O.'s hyperbaric chamber, was in Atlanta, and they brought it to our studios, and we did it. I'm going to tell you, it was the most amazing thing in the world, and if I could have one, I'd have one. It was the best sleep I've ever had in my entire life. It was like unreal sleeping in the hyperbaric chamber. You feel so rested and so it's unbelievable.
I found a hyperbaric chamber for sale here for just $6,700. What do you think? You want to buy one?
No, that's not bad. That's really not bad. I did not think it would cost that.
No, but it looks like a blow-up one.
Oh,
here's one.
No. These aren't bad. No, this was
okay.
This was like a
because this one's $46,000 if you want to pitch in for that one.
Okay, this one was not a blow. T.O.'s company, the one that T.O. used, that back in his Eagle days.
Yeah.
The same one that he used was with an Atlanta company, and it was not a blow-up one.
Yeah, no, this one is the Oxima 28-inch chamber. $6,800. What do you guys think?
I could have won that on The Price is Right, man.
Gunner, that could be your wedding gift, man.
You chipping in?
I like that.
I don't know if it sleeps too, but we put that.
Are you putting that on the knot? You're going to put that on the knot?
Yeah,
exactly.
I would like one hyperbaric chamber. Please.
What do they do in Delco? What do they call it? The knot?
Knot.
What?
You, let me get this good hyperbolic chamber on the knot, please.
Can we have that, please? You can get it at the bazaar.
At least we get a hoagie.
What is the number one Delco wedding gift that you could get?
A re-gift?
Cash? No.
That's awesome.
No, it's like the honeymoon fund.
That's awesome.
The Delco honeymoon fund.
All right, coming up next, another quarterback injury in the NFC. Speaking of Matthew Stafford, there's another one. And it's not just any team in the NFC, but one that is considered a top contender. We talk about that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Ranger gets hit around again. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Phillies lost to the Cincinnati Reds last night by a score of 6-1. Ranger Suarez was on the mound, and he continued to struggle with his velocity down and issues with pitch location. Suarez allowed 6 runs on 10 hits last night in 5 1/3 innings pitched. Bryce Harper drove in the only run of the game with the home run in the 9th inning, a little too late by then. Phillies try to win their 4th straight series today, though, this evening against the Reds. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound. First pitch is today at 5:10 weird time, so get ready for that on your way home from work. Aaron Nola struck out 11 in 5 2/3 innings pitched last night for the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs last night. Nola could return as soon as Sunday to the Phils rotation. The Eagles begin their open practice today against the Cleveland Browns before the two teams match up this Saturday for a preseason game. This week could prove huge for the starting cornerback battle outside of Quinyon Mitchell. Jeff McClain of the Inquirer joined Kincade and Salciunas yesterday, and this is what he had to say about it.
Most likely it's going to be either Keely or Dory. Maybe something else does happen. They don't feel really comfortable with either of them. But look, every team is going to be weak at 1 or 2 spots. I think the Eagles are willing to kind of go into the season with one of those guys if that's the way it ends up.
Adam Schefter joins the show coming up at 7:55, so keep it here for that. This update was brought to you by Mattress Firm. Need better sleep to upgrade to a premium bed now. Get the rest you deserve at Mattress Firm's best sale of the year. They make sleep easy. I'm Brendan Gunn, and you're listening to the home of the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio.
There's a lot of times in
But another NFC contending team will be without their quarterback for some time.
What was this one?
Jordan Love undergoing a procedure on his left thumb, so his non-throwing hand. He is expected to return to practice next week, so he's not expected to miss any time whatsoever.
But he sounds like it doesn't seem like he
gets banged up.
He's like a banged up guy.
He gets banged
like
up.
Like a Matthew Stafford has been for his career. He's been a banged up guy.
But look, I mean, that's a team that has a lot of high expectations, and they're still Matthew Golden, their wide receiver. He's a rookie. Still needs more time to probably gel with his quarterback. Now, if he's truly only missing a week of practice, then that's
not a big deal.
Not a big deal. But Jordan Love will not be practicing, and you start looking around the NFC. You got Matthew Stafford's dealing with back injuries as well. The Packers are one of those teams where I'm very interested to see what they do offensively this year. I think, I said this a couple times to you, I think it would be best for Jordan Love if they rely on the ground game more this year. Josh Jacobs had a hell of a season last year.
It was fantastic.
But if they relied on the ground game even more, I think you would make Jordan Love more comfortable, much like the Eagles did with Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
And I think that would be best for them. Now, maybe they don't do that, and that would be good for us.
Sure.
Because remember, we did the USA Today thing. Jordan Love, or the Packers, are their prediction to get to the Super Bowl this year.
I look at him. We're in a different. We're going to really figure this out. Gunner, because we've talked about it. Connor and Andrew both don't see the Packers the threat that I do. I feel like the Packers are going to be, they were 7 seed last year.
Mm-hmm.
I see them being better than a 7 seed this year in the NFC. I see them being a threat.
I see them as a threat. The issue is I don't see them winning the North, so I don't see them coming to the link and beating the Eagles when it comes to that either.
Hey, let me give you this.
I'll tell you like this. They could win that division.
6 minutes to go. Let me just remind you this. 6.5 minutes to go. Wild card weekend. You were up by 6 points on the Packers at home. I mean, that was last year. You weren't blowing them out.
Yeah, but the story of the game is a little bit different than what the score suggested at that point. The Packers were not moving the ball at
That's
all.
why I tweeted at halftime, game was over, and I got eviscerated from people. You're gonna jinx it.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't buy that at all. I hate that. In fact, I absolutely despise that. Well, they were up by 6, but it's not a big deal.
One play could have changed the game, but
they kicked a field goal to go up by 6 with 6 minutes to go.
The crap
it doesn't matter. One play, and you're losing. Like the Rams game showed you. One play, you're losing. When you're up by 6, you're not kicking the crap out of somebody. Kicking the crap out of somebody, you're up by 21.
That's why
on offense,
when you're up by less than a touchdown with 6 minutes to go at home in a playoff game.
One side of the ball was kicking the crap out of the Packers.
That game was hanging in the balance, and one bad tip, one thing, you lose.
That's why you brought Dallas Goedert
lose,
back.
sir.
That's why you brought Goddard back.
Does that offense scare you right now? They got Jordan Love, who's a good quarterback, borderline top 10 in the NFL, but I don't know what Matthew Golden is yet. Jalen Reed's all right. Can he stay healthy? But I don't know what that offense can do.
That's why I think they should rely on the run game a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I will put them as the Packers are better than a 7 seed.
By the way, you say you don't think they win the North. There's a chance that they do, because we'll see how the Lions operate with their coordinators. Here's the last 6 weeks for those two teams. This is going to be such a fight between the Packers and Lions. So they face each other off on November 27th. Packers and Lions.
Okay.
Is that Thanksgiving?
Maybe.
Weekend?
Yeah, maybe. Looks like it. Lions then host the Cowboys, go to L.A., host the Steelers, who we'll see who they are, go to Minnesota, and then go to Chicago. So two back-to-back division games at the end of the season. The Packers, Lions, November 27th. Packers then host the Bears, go to Denver, go to Chicago, host the Ravens, and go to Minnesota. Those two teams have a rough final 6 weeks. That's going to be a fun race.
It is going to be really fun. It's going to be fun to watch. I mean, that's a tight finish. That is a tight one. I just look at that. I think when we started talking about the Eagles and the secondary and everything, I'm like, damn. The first month though, is the most dangerous for them. And then you look at how some of these other teams, the stuff they have to navigate,
Everybody's
got
got
difficult
things
stretches. I'd rather have a difficult stretch to navigate in December.
Right.
I'd rather have the defense have a chance to get a little comfortable.
Right, absolutely. All right, real quick, a little bit more on the eventual wild card and NLDS schedules because they came out yesterday.
Yes, they did.
We have the dates. We don't have the times, obviously, but we have the dates of the NL wild card and NLDS games and NLCS. Right? We have
we do.
as the NLCS.
We have them all. We have the World
Series.
World Series.
All right.
World Series last game 7 could be November 1st.
All right. Let's say they have to play in the wild card round. All right, because that's still a possibility.
Sure it is.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, September 30th, October 1st, October 2nd.
After we get back from Tampa.
Yep. And they do not play Thursday, October 2nd, they being the Philadelphia Eagles. So thank God there would not be a conflict between those two teams. The NLDS.
There is a conflict.
Do the Eagles play Monday night?
No,
they play Thursday night against the Giants.
Game 4 of the series.
Well, Giants, that's easy work.
Yeah, but that is a
game 4 lock-in.
No, what you're hoping is that you get the early game.
Right, it's a good point. Oh, that's a good point.
Because it's NLDS,
there's
2
4
games.
o'clock.
So I would imagine, knowing the TV networks, they would say, we got an Eagles game at night. We want the Philadelphia ratings to be great. So we're going to put the Eagles in the earlier time slot, so that way we know we have the Philadelphia
The issue is,
eyeballs.
what if you got to hope the Dodgers or the Padres also make it through. Whatnot, they get the later game automatically at that point.
It depends. Are they playing? If the Dodgers or the Padres are playing on the road in the NLDS, they could be playing on the road.
Right.
You got to think they'd want to cater to that audience as well, so then it equals out where the Phils will get early.
Philadelphia audience is no joke, man. But game 1 of the NLDS is Saturday, October 4th. Game 2, Monday, October 6th.
And
game
the Eagles
3,
do not
Wednesday,
play.
and then the Thursday night. And then game 5, if necessary, would be Saturday, October 11th. And then the CS. Do we have any conflicts for the CS?
No, there's no conflicts
Game
in the
1
CS.
is Monday. Game 2, Tuesday. Game 3, Thursday. Game 4, Friday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday would be the 3 in the middle. So if you don't have home field in the NLCS, you would play Thursday, Friday, Saturday here in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Which I love. By the way, I prefer having the 3 in a row at home. It's stupid. You're not stupid, as Bill Colarulo would say, but I am going to be stupid here. I prefer 3, 4, 5 at home over 1, 2, 6, 7. I would rather have the
if
3.
you steal one on the road in the first 2,
because
then
I don't think
you're
the Phillies.
good.
Yeah, I would rather have the 3 consecutive home games.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I don't like. To me, well, let's put it this way. Not that I necessarily prefer it, but it doesn't matter to me at all.
I think there's a preference there, though. I get it.
It doesn't
3
matter.
straight games at home.
6 and 7 at home didn't do us any well back in
Well, we
2023.
saw that.
So.
Yeah, we saw that. Dancing on my own, and that really worked.
Well, it was working. By the way, Bills just agreed to terms on the running back James Cook because that's been one of the latest hold-ins. Even though he went back to practice earlier this week.
No, he was just standing around at practice.
No, he went
right?
yesterday. Was
Yeah,
fully
he
packed.
practiced.
Okay, so he had to know.
He must have known. Yeah,
he knew that a deal was coming.
4-year, $48 million deal, 30 of which guaranteed.
Okay.
So James Cook, he's nice. He's a nice running back, especially with Josh Allen and what they do in Buffalo. They needed to.
I like him.
They needed something because their wide receiver weapons. I still question a little bit. So there's your latest news in the NFL. All right, coming up next, the drama-free Eagles offseason is something that should be celebrated. Something that can't be said about other teams in the NFL. We'll discuss that coming up next. Don't forget Adam Schefter, speaking of the NFL, will be joining us coming up at 7:55 on this Wednesday morning here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The summer's here, and you know what that means. Engagement season. But remember, don't force it.
with Philly Eagles 215 on our YouTube chat.
And I love that because
Now, I love it too until
Wait a minute.
he realizes I don't read it right away because I'm sorry, I'm working here. And now it's clown can't read the terms. I didn't say it till just now. Give me a minute.
Wait a minute. Stop with the clown crap.
Crying out loud.
Let's stop now.
All right.
All right. What's the clown stuff? What do you say?
Because in case people are just tuning in, because I get it, you can't listen to every second of the show. Phillies lose yesterday to the Reds, and now all of a sudden the Phillies wouldn't win a game in a series against the Brewers, or maybe they'd win one game, something like that. I forget. The Phillies stink, blah, blah, blah. His terms. The Phillies are eliminated in the NLDS, and the Brewers make it to a minimum NLCS, whether they play each other or not.
So the Phillies do not make the NLCS.
And the Brewers
do.
What kind of sicko's betting against the Phillies?
No, see, I don't consider this a sicko.
No, he's standing on business.
Like, I think it's a guy who believes he understands his baseball team. Doesn't mean that he's rooting against the Phillies.
I mean, technically, if you make a bet, you're
not.
rooting against it.
No, you're not. No, you're not. I disagree with you completely.
No, I actually agree. But that's
no, you're not. No, you're not.
You ripped me for putting a Jaden Reed prop bet into my parlay last year.
No,
you're
what
rooting
he's saying,
for Packers to seed.
What he's saying here is, no, you called him out.
I did.
So he's making the bet.
All right.
This is a different situation than you going on your betting app.
See, I thought the bet was the Brewers weren't going to make it to the NLCS. Why'd the Phillies get involved?
I don't know why the Phillies got involved.
Oh, okay. Well, then wait a minute. Then drop that out of it.
Yeah, no.
Then drop that out.
No, his terms. His terms.
Okay.
So the terms are Phillies are eliminated in the NLDS.
Or no, Phillies do not make the NLDS.
Yeah, we'll say
NLCS.
no, NLCS, because they could get eliminated in the wild card round if that were to happen. God forbid. So the Phillies don't make the NLCS. Brewers make the NLCS. If that happens, I have to wear a rainbow hat with a propeller on for an entire show.
Without the brim? Like
okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Now, he says if I end up being accurate, he will bet $20 to any foundation I want. And I think
that's fantastic.
Fair deal.
And by the way, that's a really good. That's a good.
How
one of
about
our
this?
Good followers.
How about
that's
this? Great. Not only will I go rainbow hat propeller, I'll also donate $20 to the foundation of his choice.
I like that. That's fantastic.
Because I would like charity.
And the best thing is Andrew already has the rainbow propeller hat.
I told you that.
He's already got it.
That's how he gets to work every day. He flies in.
Dude.
I told you these things in confidence.
The people
man.
figured it out. They knew.
Come on,
they
dude.
knew you had it.
All right.
Gunnar, you could lend him yours if he forgets it.
The Eagles' drama-free offseason from a content purpose sucks, but whatever. We're happy. Go Birds. So do you now see the latest with Aaron Rodgers?
No, what
and the
now?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
He's such a kook, dude. He's such a freaking kook.
He's pulling an Antonio Brown.
What?
He's not taking his shirt off and doing jumping jacks going off the field.
He took his shoes off in the ice chamber.
What does he have? His mystery, what is the mystery wife hanging in the parking lot? What is this?
No, he has a problem with the new helmet. Remember Antonio Brown hated the new helmet?
Oh, yeah.
And he was willing to take fines playing with the old helmet.
Oh, gosh.
Aaron Rodgers complaining about the helmet, and he's working through multiple helmets to try to find the one that he wants to play with. Meanwhile, that's not even the biggest story in Pittsburgh. Do you see what's going down with Cam Hayward?
Yeah, well, Cam Hayward, by the way, Cam is I watched Cam play I knew his father, watched him play his high school ball, watched him grow up, play ball. Cam's wrong. Cam's completely wrong.
He signed it was the highest guaranteed contract for a player of his age in NFL history.
Last year?
Yes. And he's already upset with it because, look.
It's not even a year. September.
By the way, Cam is, and I like Cam. He's a wonderful kid. Not kid, he's a grown man.
He's a grown man.
He is his father was one of the most wonderful individuals. Great dude. Cam's wrong. Cam is completely in the wrong here. When you go for the upfront in your contract, the upfront guaranteed money, the largest guaranteed money for anyone at his age, you're saying, pay me up front so I got the protection. Don't come back the next year and say, I want to renegotiate. That's a load of crap. You're not negotiating in good faith.
Sign a 1-year deal if that's what you want to do.
You're not negotiating in good faith. And more importantly, what I would say to Cam Hayward right now is retire.
Yeah.
Retire. Take you up. Go Cam. Go retire.
But he sees the Steelers. They're all in on this year. I don't know
And he's
why.
trying
But they
to-
make
and
the
you know
move
what
for Jalen Ramsey. They bring in Aaron
Yeah,
Rodgers.
so you know what
he
he's
sees
trying
them
to do?
all in.
He's trying to hold his team hostage.
Yeah, exactly.
And trying to bankrupt them for more money when he just got the most upfront money any player ever got last year.
Now, here's what makes things even worse.
Go back to Peachtree Ridge. You got all the money in the world. No, you got all the plenty of money in the world.
Here's what makes things even worse. Every player has a podcast these days, and man, do they get in trouble with these podcasts. There's your teaser for an hour from now when we talk about Michael Porter Jr. Cam Hayward said on his podcast back in May, when the Aaron Rodgers saga was going down, whether or not he was going to come to the Steelers. Remember, he was doing the darkness retreats, and he's wearing the AirPods on the beach, staring off into the distance. And
he is the darkness.
There just so happened to be a cameraman that was there.
Isn't it shocking that he's there?
Yeah. Cam Hayward said on his podcast when asked about Rodgers, quote, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. It's that simple. That's the pitch.
That's it.
And now here we are months later. And oh, by the way, he had to go on NFL Network and say, you guys misconstrued my comments. And it's like, yo, dude, you can't do this whole you misconstrued my comments. It's Brandon Graham all over again. But then months later, you're now threatening to miss games because of the contract.
Come on, dude.
It's either you want to be a Steeler or not, Cam. Is it not?
He is. I'm very surprised because honestly, it's like I'm extremely surprised to see Cam do this. He was. How about this? He was raised better than this. He was raised better than this. This is bad. This is bad business. You went and held that organization up last year, and they gave in, and we were like, yes, we think you're worth it, and they gave him that, and now you want to go do it again? Come on, dude. You got your money last year. You got paid last year. Don't try holding them up.
By the way, a lot of drama with quote-unquote contenders, Commanders.
My gosh.
Cowboys. I don't know if anyone's truly looking at them as contenders, but obviously the Parsons situation. The Bengals still with Trey Hendrickson. The Steelers now with this Cam Hayward saga, which followed the Aaron Rodgers saga.
When I tell you Ironhead would take him by the lapels, this wouldn't be happening if Dad was around.
There's just a lot of drama with contenders around the NFC and AFC. And not the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
That's beautiful.
Contract situations tend to be with the Eagles pretty good, though.
Yep. What do we got on the text line, Gunner? You can text the show at 610-632-0975.
Yeah, Sean's checking in saying, I'm concerned about Ranger, but more concerning to me is the top of the order right now. However, I'm not overly concerned with this team because they're playing well lately.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, it's what I said to you earlier. A year ago today, we woke up the same record, same amount of games. But why does this year, to me, just feel so much better? Like last year, at this point, I was feeling anxious.
Well, because you're seeing the upswing versus the downswing. I mean, it's that simple.
And that's
like
what it is.
I don't think it's. I don't think I'm solving some mystery
You're
here.
not stupid. I mean, come on.
All right, coming up next, our man Adam Schefter will be joining us for his weekly hit. We talk about the Eagles camp battles, and of course, the drama surrounding the NFL with a lot of contenders not named the Philadelphia Eagles. That's another reason to be a little confident going into 2025, which many of you need more confidence in your life. Do a chest day, damn it. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils dropped one last night. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. Yes, the Phils lost last night to the Cincinnati Reds by a score of 6-1. Ranger Suarez was on the mound, and he continues to struggle with his velocity down and issues with pitch location. Suarez allowed 6 runs on 10 hits last night in just 5 1/3 innings pitched. Bryce Harper drove in the only run of the game for the Phils with a home run in the 9th inning, a little too late by then. The Phils try to win their 4th consecutive series, though, tonight. This evening, I should say, against the Reds. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound. First pitch is at 5:10. Aaron Nola struck out 11 in 5 2/3 innings last night in his rehab start for the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. Nola could make a return to the Phils rotation as soon as Sunday. The Eagles begin their open practice today against the Cleveland Browns before the two teams match up this Saturday for preseason game number 2. This week could prove huge for the starting cornerback opposite of Quinyon Mitchell. Jeff McClain of the Inquirer joined Kincade Salciunas yesterday, and this is what he had to say about the battle.
Most likely it's going to be either Keely or Adoree. Maybe something else does happen. They don't feel really comfortable with either of them. But look, every team is going to be weak at 1 or 2 spots. I think the Eagles are willing to kind of go into the season with one of those guys if that's the way it ends up.
This update was brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified experts for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection today at groundworks.com. Adam Schefter joins the show next, right here on your home for the best Birds coverage in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Andrew DiCecco, the Fanatics Birds Insider.
55 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. We'll be joined momentarily by our man Adam Schefter from ESPN. Of course, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. So we'll speak with our man Schefty to talk about the Eagles camp and other drama around the NFL. This Steelers, I still can't. I'm like, I can't wait to watch it unfold. The Steelers this season. I can't wait.
You know how people say it could be colossally bad or it could be colossally great?
Yes.
I don't believe that. I think it's going to be exactly what the Steelers always are, like 10 wins.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be exactly what they are.
No true threat.
Because I think that I admire their head coach. I like their head coach a lot. I think he does a good job of keeping things stable. But I don't expect them to be great, and I don't expect them to be terrible. It's going to be – I don't like super teams. I don't like the super team setup.
Right.
By the way, do you know who is a fan of Adam Schefter? I didn't tell you this one.
Who isn't?
Well, I know that. But when George Gray and who is the voice of The Price is Right, the guy who does the announcing.
Sure.
And Drew Carey and them talk about Drew's a big soccer fan and everything.
Okay.
And one of the fans, they do question and answer between the games and everything. He's a big NFL fan. Drew likes soccer. He's a soccer owner. He owns the Seattle team.
Sure.
And he talked about the NFL and everything like that. And he talked about people that he like things. And he goes, "Oh, I'm always checking my things." And he just rattled off all these names of people he's always checking. And Schefter's one of them.
Schefter's one of them. How about that? And he joins us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Shefty, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I heard the last part of that, but I didn't was in.
We could say the same thing about your phone because your phone's cutting in and out.
There you go. We got it better there. There you go.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better
much
there.
Better.
You broke up a little bit on us. Yeah, the last thing.
Go ahead, John. Tell them.
We were at The Price is Right on Friday. They between the games, Drew Carey and George Gray, they do questions and answers with the audience and things like that. And they were talking about Drew as an owner of a soccer team, but he also is a big sports fan. And he was talking about all the different people that they all follow on sports media, checking and everything. And you were one of the 6-7 names they rattled off. So,
how about that? You're on Drew Carey watch.
So how about that?
I'm honored. That's quite an honor. That's pretty cool, huh?
It is cool.
See, this is what you get from coming on with us. We get information. You get praise.
You got another person that is a fan of yours.
How about that, Schefty?
That's amazing.
Now, I would love to ask you questions about the Philadelphia Eagles, but right now, I don't have many burning questions about the Eagles, but I have burning questions about some of the teams that we will be watching throughout the season as contenders. And I think the biggest one right now is the status and the future of Matthew Stafford with the Rams. What's the latest that you're getting from L.A. about the health of their quarterback?
Again, I think it's a case where basically they're being smart. Back pain, obviously very debilitating. You don't need to hear that from me. But I had a buddy, it's very uncomfortable. It's managing pain. He's going to be playing week 1. That's the expectation. And, look, they're trying to manage it the best they can.
Now, the idea that he's going to be – when I hear them say he's going to be playing week 1 and he's not even able – he threw passes the other day and then they say he's going to be out to practice and then he can't even practice. It does seem strange. Do you know anything about this red light therapy that they're doing? I was trying to figure this thing out this morning. They said he's doing red light therapy in a truck.
Well, red light therapy is supposed to, again, I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TV or the radio either, but it's supposed to stimulate cells, and there's a lot of people trying it, and it has all these benefits, and there's a lot of people doing it. And so, again, you've got a case where he's doing these things to just try to get back. And, he's been uncomfortable. At red light therapy, whatever else he's doing, I don't know what to say. That's kind of where he's at right now.
Okay.
Another team in the NFC that we're obviously going to keep a close eye on throughout the entire season is the Detroit Lions. Now, I understand that we won't really truly find out how the coordinators look until the season actually starts to go on and, midway through the year. But anything you're hearing out of Detroit about whether or not they feel as comfortable in the era without Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn?
Well, I think that they feel like that they've done as good a job as they can replacing them, and they feel very comfortable with the people that they've brought in. Kelvin Shepard on the defensive side, Johnny Morton on the offensive side. They feel like those guys are excellent coaches. I can't help but think there's going to be some period of adjustment. You've got eight new assistants, including both coordinators. You lose your center to retirement, Frank Ragnow. You lose some players. There's a lot of change there. But that's what this league is about, especially for the top teams. They have to find a way to replace their top players, coaches. We see it every year. Philly's been rather fortunate. I mean, they've got some people to replace, but they retained their. Well, they actually didn't. They lost their offensive coordinator. They kept Vic. This happens every year on the best teams. The other teams try to steal from them, take from them, so that they can upgrade at the spots that they need to. It's gone on a massive play. I was on the phone with a bunch of Lions fans yesterday. I'm like, that's what makes last season even more disappointing for Detroit, because the Lions are going to have another chance this year, and they might do it. They're a very good team. They're a well-run organization. They're excellent, but they had home field advantage. They were there. They had to, and they didn't get it done.
One of the things, Adam, that because we obviously are so focused in Eagle Land, is fans here have a little bit of anxiousness about the changes on the defensive side of the ball with the players who left in free agency. But I think what we don't focus on enough is all the other NFC contenders have their own laundry list of changes that you just pointed out. Do you see any teams that appear like much more stable than like the Eagles in the offseason? I mean, every one of these teams has their own challenges that is trying to knock the Eagles off their perch.
I mean, the Commanders were pretty stable, though they had the Terry McLaurin issue hanging over the franchise.
They've gotten quite old, though, this offseason. I think a place for mom is the patch on their jerseys.
Yeah,
this year.
The Buccaneers lost another offensive coordinator, as they seem to do every year. Packers, relatively intact. Lions, not so much. Vikings.
New quarterback,
right? Again, the Rams didn't have much change, right?
Right.
I don't think there's much of anything there.
Yeah, their drama is just the health of their quarterback. Now, last year, Schefter, you told us that the Commanders were that team to watch, and you hit that one out of the park. Earlier this offseason, you told us the Patriots as the next team, but I'm curious, any other team in the NFC that we should keep an eye on, not name, the Lions and the Packers, these top teams in their divisions? Is there a sneaky dark horse team in the NFC this year?
I think the Buccaneers just don't get the respect they deserve.
I agree.
When we talk about NFC teams, that's not a team that immediately comes to your thinking, and they've won the division 4 years in a row, and I think they're a really good team. I think that works out. I mean, I think they're very good. Very good.
Do you think this is going to be a active after the last preseason game when the teams start to cut some veteran players? They used to call them the September 1st cuts. Do you think this is going to be a very active time where there's going to be maybe some quality guys sitting out there? Are you hearing of any names, any veterans, without giving us the names? But do you believe this is going to be a time where maybe teams can find some quality out there on the shelves before the opener?
I don't think it's that, John. I mean, that doesn't really happen too often. Like there are guys that always get released at this time, and teams are looking to make deals. I guess the best way to say it at this time of the year, and it's a lot of churning the back end of the roster. Like, I don't think there are too many teams that all of a sudden come up with a starter on August 27th. Like, does it happen? Yes. But if you're looking for a starter on August 27th, then your team's probably got some questions that it has to answer during the course of the season. So, to me, it's really rounding out your roster. It's building your practice squad. It's making sure you got the right guys to develop and that you believe in. It's those types of things more than it is looking to come up with some guy that's going to be a major contributor. Maybe that'll happen. I mean, it could, but I just don't view that to be common at this time of the year.
Schefter, what do you believe the fallout will be when the Gruden and the case with the NFL gets settled?
Did I lose you guys?
I got you. You got me?
Yeah. I don't know what's going on here.
That's all right.
All right.
My question is what you believe the fallout could be down the road once the case between John Gruden and the NFL gets settled.
Well, I first of all, I don't know how and when it's going to be settled. I don't know to what degree. I just know that had to be a major victory for John Gruden this week to have the case decided in a Nevada courtroom rather than in mediation, with the NFL.
Sure.
When that happens, the NFL can't have it go its way. It's not dealing with the people it wants to deal with necessarily. And to me, that was a major victory for John Gruden in this particular case, that the Nevada Supreme Court now will get to rule on this particular case.
I don't know if he's going to buy the Excalibur or if he's going to buy New York when he wins. I'm not sure which one he's going to look at.
He's definitely going to get something, isn't he?
I think it's going to get settled. That's what I'm going to predict. A settlement comes down,
and a large settlement.
And John, I hope he gets a good. If it happened, if that's how it happened, that's dirty pool. No matter what was in the emails, that's dirty pool. It should never happen with your employer. But,
we're going to see if any of this comes out. I think a lot of people would love to see where it came from. And I think that's why he's happy it's in a Nevada Supreme Court.
Absolutely. Schefter, we appreciate
Adam.
the time as always, man, and we'll talk to you again next week. Another week closer to kickoff September 4th.
We're just right around the corner.
Hey, 3 weeks from today, right?
Tomorrow.
3 weeks from tomorrow, right? It's Wednesday, right?
We cannot wait.
We're getting there, Schefter. We appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Guys, have a great week.
Take care,
There
buddy.
he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to you by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Yes, what John Gruden had in his emails were horrible. Well,
the thing is, though, is I would say to you is, if every person in America had their personal emails and DMs and text messages exposed, I would imagine we would find out that many, many people in America at moments are horrible.
Right.
And but if your employer did it to you on purpose, they deserve to have their backside sued for everything they got.
That's why,
and that might happen.
That's why it's happening right now.
I think he might buy the Excalibur.
You think so?
And tear it down in the start.
Maybe he buys the NFL. Who knows?
You never know.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Do you feel unfulfilled? Do your afternoons feel like Groundhog
Do today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. Connor is doing afternoons today. Is that correct?
So we've lost Connor to Unfiltered this afternoon.
Yes, we did. He'll be back.
So what's this
Don't
mean
worry.
tomorrow? Gunn, are you with us tomorrow? I can't even keep it straight.
Nah, I'm with Midday.
No. Gunner's
back tomorrow.
Gunner's gonna be like mayor soon. Like,
I mean, seriously, you're like, how do you even keep it straight? Now look, Gunner's
don't.
like, I'm sleeping in tomorrow.
damn, yeah, he doesn't mind.
Gunner's
it.
like, I'm fine.
I'm waking up with you guys in solidarity.
By the way,
Bull, you are so full of it.
by the way, real quick, can I? This is total Andrew Salciunas complaint. But
Okay.
I'm curious if you fall in line with this one.
Okay.
So the Eagles put out their unofficial depth chart yesterday, before the preseason game and the joint practices with the Cleveland Browns. Every position has as of this moment, this guy's the 1, this guy's the 2. For cornerback, they did Adoree Jackson / Keely Ringo.
That's crazy.
And for safety, they did Sidney Brown / Andrew Makuba.
So they gave us nothing.
Yeah,
No, they're trying to-
Like, I know that's just all right, so it's not just a me thing. You guys agree.
No, they're trying to mess with you because Keely Ringo is not.
Right.
At least the reconnaissance I'm doing, and well, that's why I look forward to talking to Andrew DiCecco.
Yes.
Keely Ringo is not.
Well, and they're
2.
also trying to play nice. They don't want to, but if anything, like, shouldn't if Keely Ringo's second on the depth chart have motivation to try to win? Even though I'm sure he's motivated to begin with, but
Is he? No, I mean we
yes,
don't. No, but I mean he's not. I mean I don't know. We don't.
he might
say
not be
that.
good, but I don't think he's not motivated.
I don't know. We're gonna
Dude,
find
I'm
out.
gonna guess that he's
You
motivated.
got to push. No, I mean you always say that, but we don't. Look, if you're motivated, sometimes people don't have enough fire in the belly to get stuff done.
Sure, or he's just not that good.
That's what I mean.
And
but
the whole
maybe,
incubating thing was laughable.
well, the whole incubator thing was a joke.
But I just wish they gave us some detail. Like, this is who's in the lead. This is the guy that's in second. But
There you go.
That's just me. All right, time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. 4.
4, yes.
Time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Bum, bada, bum.
Today's headlines
Ah, there,
with the
Nate.
one and only Brendan Gunn.
What do we
I
got?
had to get the update sponsor correctly because I was worried I was going to miss you calling for it. And what do? I miss you calling for it. It's brought to us by the one and only Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. And in the beginning of the Major League Baseball season, ESPN put out their top 50 players to watch this season, top 50 players in all of baseball. Well, we've reached, a little bit over 70% of the season mark, and they redid their order last night. Where do you think the highest ranked Philly comes in?
Kyle Schwarber.
I'm going to guess Wheeler still. I know where Harper is.
That's not the
but
right
I'm
answer.
going to guess Wheeler.
Yes, it's Wheeler at 9. I'll go down the list. Sanchez at 19. Turner at 32. Bryce Harper at 33.
Yeah.
Schwarber comes in at 14. Does this make... is he not getting enough respect in the national media for the
Yes.
MVP case?
Yeah, I
He's
don't
not.
think so. I think, look, there was a clip I heard on the midday show yesterday when they weren't ripping us. I heard
But they
on
weren't ripping our content.
I heard it on the midday show yesterday. That Ben Verlander guy who any second he can praises Shohei Ohtani, and I get it. Shohei's the best player in baseball, but he's doing the whole. This isn't even an argument. Ohtani's
amazing?
Ohtani's the MVP. There's no argument, is what he said. And I bet you there's a lot of media members that feel that exact same way, where they go, "There's no argument." And I had the guy on Instagram the other day. He's just built different, man. I don't care how you're built. It's the results. And right now, Kyle Schwarber is carrying the Phillies more so than Shohei was carrying the Dodgers. Ohtani is having an MVP-like season.
There's
I'm just
no
giving
lies
you,
detected.
I'm just giving you the two specific examples and what they're doing for their teams. Schwarber has done more in terms of keeping the Phillies afloat than Ohtani has.
There's no question, and there's no argument to what you just said.
But Ben
There's
Verlander
no
says
argument.
there's no argument.
How did he get that gig? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's crazy. If you want to talk MVP and you want to put Shohei above him, fine. 13
fine.
players better than Kyle Schwarber right now
Stop it.
in Major League Baseball?
Stop it.
And you're putting out the list, calibrating it for this season up until this point. Like, what are we talking about?
Stop.
Sanchez should be higher up, too.
But by
at
the way,
19.
I'll go tasty with you. Sanchez should be higher than Wheeler.
Sure.
Sanchez should be higher than Wheeler.
You got also.
Wheeler's there on reputation. Sanchez is
He's
there.
not there on reputation.
He's
Like,
there.
he's hit a little slow
he is
start
ahead of,
right now.
He is ahead of Sanchez on reputation. Sanchez should be ahead of Wheeler. That's tasty. There's bold. That's bold and beautiful.
I don't hate it, but I don't know if he's there on reputation.
He's having a good season.
He's
too,
having a
except for
better
the last couple of outings.
He's better than right now. He's your better pitcher than.
Speaking of reputation, though, I think we all agree Peyton Manning has a great reputation as one of the better quarterbacks of all time. Well, it turns out our QB1 has been giving him some calls this offseason.
He calls me a lot and asks me lots of questions. They actually run a lot of plays that we used to run, Sirianni to Frank Wright to Tom Moore, sort of that chain. And he calls me with very specific questions about certain plays. So he's a student of the game. You know, as another example, you think, I mean, he squats 600 pounds. He can, run over guys. He can throw it a mile. But his appreciation of the cerebral part of the game is what's impressive to me, and how he's taking his game to the next level. I think the sky's the limit for this guy.
I love it. Like, he just loves football, and he wants to call people. And not just football, like the Jordan stuff, right? Like,
I love the sky's the limit stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
The guy's already been to 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls, won a Super Bowl MVP, and has a ring.
He's been to as many Super Bowls pretty much as Peyton was. Peyton made it to one more. But
I mean, seriously, it's like there it is. No.
What I want to ask you guys, though, is Peyton talks about the cerebral part of the game, and we all know Peyton Manning had a lot of control at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Kevin Patullo spoke his opening press conference as OC, said Jalen Hurts is going to have some input into the play calling this year. Does that excite you, or does that concern you?
That excites me, and that was one of the things for 50 Days of Therapy with John Kincade when John had his out-of-nowhere outburst about Patullo and the OC 50 days before kickoff. So that was 27 days ago?
Yep.
Right? You said there's 23 days till kickoff? So 27
21 days. It's 22 days now.
All right, so 28 days ago.
Right.
I said to John, listen, maybe Hurts has more say at the line of scrimmage this year.
And then we found out that to be true. And I'm okay with it. Like, I'm very much okay with it because Jalen has earned that. He's earned that.
Sometimes I say things before the coordinators say it.
It was a really good job.
It's interesting.
You're not stupid.
Not stupid.
Not stupid.
All right.
That is our favorite line. Bill Colarulo has given us our favorite line.
Great. It's great.
It's the best, Barry. The best.
Man, Mike the Switch. All right, coming up next, our man Andrew DiCecco will join us to talk about joint practices approaching, the cornerback 2 battle, the safety 2 battle, all ahead here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Ranger gets hit around. I'm Brendan going with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Phillies lost to the Cincinnati Reds last night by a score of 6-1. Ranger Suarez was on the mound as he continues to struggle with his velocity down and issues with pitch location. Suarez allowed 6 runs on 10 hits last night in 5 1/3 innings pitched. Bryce Harper drove in the only run for the Phils last night. It was a home run in the 9th, a little bit too late on that one. But the Phils try to win their 4th consecutive series today, so it's not all bad. First pitch is today at 5:10. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound. Aaron Nola struck out 11 in 5 2/3 last night in his rehab start for the Iron Pigs. Nola could return to the Phils rotation as soon as Sunday. The Eagles open up their open practice today against the Cleveland Browns before the 2 teams meet on Saturday for preseason game number 2. This week could prove huge for the starting cornerback battle opposite of Quinyon Mitchell. Jeff McClain from the Inquirer joined Kincade Salciunas yesterday, and this is what he had to say about that ongoing battle.
Most likely it's going to be either Keely or Dory. Maybe something else does happen. They don't feel really comfortable with either of them. But look, every team is going to be weak at 1 or 2 spots. I think the Eagles are willing to kind of go into the season with one of those guys if that's the way it ends up.
Our very own Birds Insider, Andrew DiCecco, joins the show next. You're not going to want to miss that. This update was brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor for your expert pest control and lawn care. Moyer Trusted Service, year-round solutions. Visit eMoyer.com. I'm Brendan Gunn, and you're listening to the home of the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia Sports.
Touchdown!
now on YouTube,
the Fanatic app,
975thefanatic.com.
any streaming device, and of course the radio.
Now, back to the show.
All right, there's something weird with our phone system, man. So, last week when we had our man Andrew DiCecco on, when he called in, the name that popped up was Ant Sanfilippo from On Patterson, who we really like. But we were like, what is Ant San calling in for? Now, on the Comcast Business Hotline, it says Dr. Chris Radcliffe, who is the doctor.
Well, Dr. Radcliffe is a very bright man. I've heard him on the pregame show.
He did the pregame show with me and Bill and Connor last year, and I know he called into Bill's show the other day on Unfiltered. But it's not Dr. Chris Radcliffe. Once again, on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day is a big day, let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From Inside the Birds and 97.5 The Fanatic.
This guy's got a doctorate in football.
He does. That's my fellow football man.
Oh, please
Andrew
stop it.
DiCecco. What's up, brother? Good morning.
What's up, guys? You got to fix that caller ID.
That's crazy.
Last week you were Ant Sanfilippo. This week you're Dr. Chris Radcliffe. I can't wait to find out who you will be next week. But I also can't wait to find out who the Eagles would have as CB2 on their depth chart and the second safety spot on their depth chart. But I complained about it already, Andrew. They did the slash. They slashed Adoree Jackson and Keely Ringo, and they slashed Drew Makuba and Sidney Brown, which is why we come to your expert analysis. Who truly is in the lead of those two positions right now?
Well, the depth chart, to be clear, is provided by, it's fluid. It's put out there by the team, and it's before anything really takes shape in the preseason or anything like that. This is a neck-and-neck battle, in my opinion, between Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson. Now, if you've been keeping score and reading my practice observations, there has been 8 practices where Adoree Jackson's been rolled out with the first team to start practice, opposite Quinyon Mitchell versus 5 for Keely Ringo. But the other player, when they're not opening with the first team, they're also working in. And I think they've kind of performed to a similar level. Adoree Jackson gave up a lot of underneath things in the preseason opener, and Keely Ringo, of course, surrendered that brutal play to Jamar Chase where he has to wrap him up and be mindful of where the sideline is. So they both had some nice moments in camp, but it hasn't been consistent enough where one has sort of leapfrogged the other. And then Jacorian Bennett is a player that he saw some first-team reps in the open practice, didn't see any yesterday. Today, I think, is going to be a big indicator of where he is. And again, he's always practiced a few different times since arriving to Philadelphia, but he does have, in my opinion, the most upside of that group. So I'm curious to see how things shake out. But right now, it's all relatively even.
You know how the coaches talk to us about, I remember talking to Tony Dungy about it, how in these joint practices they get together and they sort of game plan what they want to see their team put under stress, right? So do you think that Nick Sirianni says to them, and do you think that Vic Fangio says to the coaching staff of the Browns, we want you going after these guys specifically so we can see what they're about?
I mean, I think it would be inevitable anyway, John. Quinyon Mitchell is essentially sticky glue on the other side of the field, and he sticks to receivers like Velcro. So naturally, whoever's playing opposite him, the reality is that they're going to be peppered with targets. There's going to be a lot of volume in their direction. So it is going to be good to get those reps. For Adoree Jackson, obviously reps isn't especially paramount, but it is for someone like Keely Ringo. It is for someone like Jacorian Bennett, who haven't played a ton of football, especially Keely Ringo, who's only played 311 defensive snaps. Eli Ricks, for perspective, has actually played more defensive snaps in the NFL than has Keely Ringo. But yeah, I mean that's going to be the likely recipe to really get a better assessment of where they are when you see different looks from another team that you have to suddenly adjust to. And I feel like today might be a Keely Ringo day to start practice, but that's what makes it interesting when the defense rolls out. Who's that CB2? But I love joint practices. That's where you're able to. The coaching staffs come together. You want to focus on red zone. You want to focus on this down and distance, and it's that controlled environment where you're able to really hone in on some specific drills to better your football team.
You mentioned Quinyon Mitchell and sticking to players like glue and Velcro. I know Fangio has spoken about it. Have you gotten a sense as training camp has continued if Quinyon Mitchell will be on one side of the field or will he follow the opposition's best receiver?
Well, it'll be matchup dependent, Andrew, but I do expect Quinyon to travel this year. He's gotten work on both sides. Now, a lot of this is going to be predicated on what they're able to get from that CB2 position. If they feel a little bit, weary about, take your pick, Keely Ringo, Adoree Jackson, or Jacorian Bennett, that may, that may hinder their plans a little bit in terms of how they're able to deploy Quinyon Mitchell. But I think all things being equal, Quinyon is a rising star in this league and quickly becoming one of the top cornerbacks. So I think it behooves them to find ways to put him on the opposition's top receiver if the matchup dictates it.
So, a little out of left field question. When you see these, these teams around the league doing these joint practices, do they tend to find that maybe there's more injuries? Is this a more risky scenario than when teams practice themselves because of the physical nature of it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me or anything, but they are more intense. There is a noticeable intensity that gets ratcheted up, and I think a lot of both sides are really eager to be going up against a team that's not their teammates every day, and you're looking to prove something. You're looking to get some quality film on tape, and especially when these practices are really dedicated for the starters and key reserves. So this is where they get the most work, and for during the summer you see a lot of rotation. So I think because of all that, there's a certain level of urgency that may tend to yield some injuries, but I don't know. I don't know that to be true. If it's factual, I just think that's the nature of practice, and anytime you go out there on a football field.
Speaking of injuries, Landon Dickerson, it seems like they are very fortunate that is not an extended period of time injury, and that they are still aiming for him to be ready September 4th for the opener against the Cowboys. But let's envision a world where that doesn't happen and we have to wait till week 2. Who would be the starter at left guard for the Eagles at that point?
Okay, so right now, day one of, in the absence of Landon Dickerson, it was veteran Brett Toth entering his 7th season, 28 years old, played in 20 games in his career, and Jeff Stoutland really likes him. The Eagles really like him because he can play any position on the offensive line. Now, do I think that if they had a game today that Brett Toth would be the left guard? Well, I have some questions about that. In-house, the name that I would keep an eye on is Darian Kinnard. And anyone who's listened to me over those airwaves or has read my work knows that I've been mentioning him for about a year now as a player that the Eagles really like. I mentioned him as one of my under-the-radar players to keep an eye on this preseason. They actually got him some work at left guard with the second team yesterday. And previously, he'd been working at right tackle and right guard. So obviously there's the versatility, but I just get the sense that the Eagles want to see him in every possible scenario because they like his skill set. He might be, just because of body type and athleticism, he might be a more logical replacement there at left guard, let's say, than maybe a Toth, because Tyler Steen spent all summer working alongside Cam Jurgens and Lane Johnson and really establishing that continuity. So I don't know if it makes a ton of sense to uproot him, kick him over to the left side, and then plug in someone like a Matt Pryor, because then you're disrupting the chemistry there. So just based on the information that I have and what I know, that's kind of my read on the whole thing.
It's a really good Browns defense, and we've seen that over the last few years. But it's a really average to subpar Browns offense. Isn't this a couple days where we should see this Eagles defense really shine, especially against these quarterbacks?
Well, in theory, yes, but there's also different intricacies and nuances to everything. I don't know if it's that cut and dried. The player to keep an eye on here is Browns tight end David Njoku. He is, not a lot of people realize it, but he's one of the better tight ends in the NFL. I think that the fact that he plays for the Browns kind of, it kind of has him a little under the radar. But I expect him to be peppered with targets, and he has such a unique frame, John. He has such a lengthy frame that he's going to be someone that him versus Drew McCuber, him versus Sidney Brown, two safeties that don't have a ton of length. They're probably going to be tested in coverage. And I think for some of those receivers that they have some speed. They can win down the field. And so that's where I'm going to be keying in on, can someone like Keely Ringo make a play on the football? Is he going to be able to run step for step with some of these players, because he's going to be facing receivers who are a hell of a lot more talented than the group that the Browns have. So I think that there's certain matchups in particular that I'll be keeping an eye on, and I don't think it's as simple as the Eagles defense goes out there and they wreck shop.
8:32 a.m. on August 13th, 2025. The first time I heard Andrew DiCecco say behooves on Kincade and Salciunas in training camp.
The behooves T-shirt has to be.
Football is officially back,
There
Andrew.
we go.
Absolutely.
You're the man. We appreciate the time as always, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Andrew DiCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline.
It behooves you to listen to this guy and to read all his content, too.
Behooves, man. Love it. All right, coming up next.
I always thought they were just on animals.
Oh, wait. Is my drop board up? Wow, I turn and I see this. That's perfect. Coming up next, someone took truth serum before going on a podcast, and the NBA must be losing their mind over it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Joint practices are here. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic. Maybe the most important few days of training camp are here as the Eagles welcome in the Cleveland Browns for a couple of joint practices before their preseason game this coming Saturday. Being that the starters don't necessarily play in the preseason for the Eagles anymore, this will be a great time for coaches to evaluate them against another team. Dave Zangaro of NBC Sports Philadelphia joined Kincade and Salciunas earlier this week, and he explained why these practices are so important.
The preseason, you have to kind of wait for situations to arise, whereas you get to put them in these situations in joint practices. You want to see red zone, guess what? You're in the red zone now. I think it's helpful, too, to see some of the camp standouts against different players.
One position this open practice could be beneficial for is the cornerback battle going on between Keely Ringo, Adoree Jackson, and newcomer Jacorian Bennett. They all seem to be in the mix for the job right now. Well, Jackson spoke about his new teammate yesterday. Take a listen.
He asks me a lot of questions. I give him answers when needed. And I feel like that's nice for a guy to come into a situation wanting to learn, wanting to be the best they can be. Even after the day or after practice, just always talking to be able to help each other out. And he does a lot of great things well.
We'll see if Bennett steps up and earns that job because so far it does not seem like any of the other guys have. Kevin Patullo is set to speak to the media coming up at 9:10. I'm Brendan Gunn, and you're listening to the home of the best Birds coverage in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans in the world. You're not stupid, so why should you have to hear out?
I had to break up a fight between John Kincade and Ray Dunn. They went full fisticuffs during the commercial break.
Ray's like a spider, man.
We settle things in house around here.
Ray's like a spider, man.
We settle
No,
things.
it's just a lot of there was a lot of under the. It wasn't as much Ray yesterday. I think
a couple jabs.
Kevin Cooney was really feeling himself yesterday.
Couple jabs.
He was feeling himself.
All right.
The verbal jabs from Kevin were tough yesterday. He was all over it.
Yesterday was a really interesting day in the life of Michael Porter Jr., a player that just does things that are stupid often. Remember the bubble when he tweeted out Adam Silver's phone number?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
He took a photo of Adam Silver's phone number and tweeted it out. Well, Michael Porter Jr. may have just been speaking the truth yesterday, but it's something that the NBA is probably losing their damn minds over.
I think this is a severe problem when you hear this.
Here is Michael Porter Jr. talking about players and the act of gambling in games.
Think about it.
There you go.
You get mad at these dudes like that do the sports betting, but think about if you could get all your homies rich by telling them, yo, $10,000 on my under, this one game I'm gonna act like I got an injury and I'm gonna sit out. I'm gonna come out after 3 minutes, and they all get a little bag because you did it one game. Like, that is so not okay. But some people probably think like that. They come from nothing, and 100%. All their homies have nothing,
100%.
And they're like, bro, if I come out of this game after 3 minutes and y'all all hit on my under, we're all getting a little bag.
So if all his homies have nothing, how do they gamble, Michael? But more importantly, why are you advocating that all your homies, as you put it, just go on out there and you're going to cheat?
So here's why he's...
Seriously, what the hell?
Here's why he's advocating. Not that I don't think he's advocating.
No, he is advocating.
His brother, Jonte Porter, is the player that got caught for doing just that this past season. That's his brother. I don't know if you knew that.
I did know that.
Yeah. Jonte Porter is his brother. So he's probably trying to explain why it's okay that he did it because he was trying to help his friends out. Look, I get it. No, it's horrible that he said that. And,
it's ridiculous.
And it makes you immediately think, all right, does this happen more often than we think? Because and whether it's an excuse or not about trying to help people out, if that's something that's actually out there, look, we got the stuff going on in baseball right now with the Guardians, with the first pitch of the inning is going to be a ball or a strike. 2 pitchers on the Guardians being investigated for it. There's other players in the NBA. What's his name? He played for the Heat for the longest time, and he's now with the Hornets.
Rozier?
Yeah, Terry Rozier, Scary Terry. NBA version. Original Scary Terry. Terry Rozier... There was the game where he had 6 turnovers in the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden that they blew their lead, and a bet may have been hit. It was uncharacteristically bad of a quarter for Terry Rozier.
Did sports open up this window into Pandora? They are working hand in hand with the betting companies. For a long time there was never any discussion about this.
Yeah, but not to rig games. That's rigging a game.
Right. I mean, when it becomes
That's rigging. No. They're not in cahoots to rig games.
They're not in cahoots with it, but they open Pandora's box.
Right. So I'll ask you this question, John, because I'm not trying to be an ageist here, but this is because you're older and more experienced, and you have family members that may or may not have been involved in certain off-book.
I think they were. I think they actually were, but guess what? The statute of limitations has run out because most of them are over in St. Denis.
Right. All right.
They're over in St. Denis.
St. Denis is a good parish.
But it's a nice graveyard, too.
My question, when I started betting, it was FanDuel, and there's a million bets you can make. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it not back in the day more so spread? Who's going to win?
There were no prop bets. There were no
player. Right.
There were no prop bets.
And
you bet with Uncle Yummy.
Right.
Look, back in the day, you bet with Yummy.
Yeah, 3.5.
You might have walked into Spaders. You may have walked into Roach and O'Brien's. You may have seen, you may have gone in and met somebody mythically named Yummy.
Right.
And placed a wager.
So nowadays, they find these bets where they go,
God rest his soul.
They find these bets where they go, I can hide this. I don't like a pitcher that goes, wait a minute. You mean to tell me I can make a lot of money or my friends a lot of money by just throwing a ball? Now, that pitcher will tell themselves, this is not rigging the game because I can come back with 3 straight strikes and get the guy out.
But he's lying.
But he's lying, right?
Yes, he's rigging the game.
Yes. By letter of the law, he's rigging the game.
He's rigging the game.
I wonder, to your point, Gunner, I don't think it's necessarily the partnership between sports books and teams and leagues. I think it's just the ability of what you can bet on.
And I love
that has become the problem.
And by the way, if you come from nothing, as Michael Porter Jr. saying, if you come from nothing, my boys have nothing. Well, if your boys have nothing, then what do they have to gamble with?
Well, coming from nothing and having nothing are two different things.
They think, no, you shouldn't be gambling then. And more importantly, well, I don't know, Michael, maybe they could do other things to make money other than you committing a federal crime. You dope?
Right.
What are you, a dope?
The Friends aren't doing anything wrong.
Yes, they are. They're involved in a federal crime. They absolutely are. They're in a conspiracy.
Well,
bro.
it's a conspiracy, but
that is a
like,
federal crime. You go to federal prison for it.
All right, fine. They are doing something wrong.
So coming up next,
what are you?
Compared to what else they could be doing from nothing?
Holy Strathaven,
I want to get some immediate reaction on this. YouTube, shout out as always. Text line 610-632-0975. When you hear these comments from Michael Porter Jr., where he said it so comfortably, like, think about it. You could make your friends a lot of money.
He spoke about it too comfortably. He knows it goes on.
Does it make you question things more and more when you watch sports? I know there are always the conspiracy theorists that believe games are rigged all the time.
Well, we know NBA games were fixed. We already know it with locally. My high school produced all the officials that did it.
Right, but I don't watch sports with that in the back of my mind. But if I see a wild pitch, like a really wild pitch, I'm now thinking about it. So I want to know if other people are. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Rangers struggles again. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. The Phillies lost to the Cincinnati Reds last night by a score of 6-1. Ranger Suarez was on the mound. He continues to struggle with his velocity. It continues to go down, trend downwards, and he has issues with his pitch location. Suarez allowed 6 runs last night on 10 hits and 5 1/3 innings pitched. Bryce Harper drove in the only run of the game for the Phillies. It was a home run in the 9th inning. You're already down 6-0. Nothing major there. Phillies try to win their 4th consecutive series today, though, against the Reds. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound. First pitches this evening at 5:10. Aaron Nola struck out 11 and 5 2/3 innings last night for the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs in his rehab start. Nola could return to the Phils as soon as Sunday. The Eagles begin their open practices today against the Cleveland Browns before the two teams meet on Saturday for preseason game number 2. This could be a huge week to prove who's going to earn that second cornerback spot outside of Quinyon Mitchell. Jeff McClain of the Inquirer joined Kincade Salciunas yesterday, and this is what he had to say about that battle.
Most likely it's going to be either Keely or Dory. Maybe something else does happen. They don't feel really comfortable with either of them. But look, every team is going to be weak at 1 or 2 spots. I think the Eagles are willing to kind of go into the season with one of those guys if that's the way it ends up.
This update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. I'm Brendan Gunn, and you're listening to the home of the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hi, my name is Phil E., and for most of my sports fan life,
Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, it's 8:56 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So last segment, we played you the audio from Michael Porter Jr. about gambling. Let's play the clip one more time, Gunnar, just in case people are just tuning in. And I want to talk about this some more because I asked the question, does this make you question things more and more when you watch sports? And I'll use a couple of examples that we can talk about. Here was Michael Porter Jr. I think he was on Jeff Teague's podcast, right? Or was it his own?
It's the Nelk Boys, which is a frat bro podcast, which you only go in there to say something stupid.
Because I know
you do. You only go on it.
I know that he has his own podcast. I get confused sometimes about which podcast.
This is a bigger podcast.
But here was Michael Porter Jr. obviously sort of talking up his brother Jonte Porter Jr., who got Jonte Porter, who got pinched for the rigging of the game for betting purposes.
Think about it.
There you go.
You get mad at these dudes that do the sports betting, but think about if you could get all your homies rich by telling them, yo, $10,000 on my under, this one game I'm going to act like I got an injury and I'm gonna sit out. I'm going to come out after 3 minutes. And they all get a little bag because you did it one game. Like, that is so not okay. But some people probably think like that. They come from nothing and 100%. All their homies have nothing.
100%.
And they're like, bro, if I come out of this game after 3 minutes and y'all all hit on my under, we're all getting a little bag.
And I'm guessing he's talking specifically about his brother because that's exactly what happened. And so I'm reading some of our comments on YouTube. Now, some of them are making a good point that, like, abnormal bets, Randy checks in, sports books can flag them, right? When it's $10,000 on Jonte Porter's under.
Yeah, but they
right?
can't. You see, the thing is, though, there's ways that it's not as flagged. When they got the Cleveland ones, they geofenced the bets. So the geofencing meaning they see a certain amount of money being bet on something from a certain area code, a certain whatever.
Yep.
And they say, oh, well, let's look into this a little bit. Oh, it's the area code of the hometown of the player.
Right.
Things like that. There's ways you could mask this.
Right.
You could be one guy be in Vegas, one guy be in Florida, one guy be in Texas, one guy be in...
Sure.
And you could hide it.
Sure. Now,
and be able to pull away with it.
Again, as you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. I don't think we have a Chicago Blackhawks situation or Black Sox situation anytime soon where they're throwing the World Series, right? But the thing that we have, that when I now watch baseball, if I see an extreme wild pitch on the first pitch of an inning.
First pitch is the one.
That's going to be something where I go, huh.
When a new pitcher comes in, first pitch of an inning.
How did you miss that? How did you miss by that much? Huh.
How'd that happen?
And that might be totally unfair because maybe a guy just did throw a wild pitch, but that it has opened that door.
Okay, you pitched. I did not.
Still do, baby.
I did pitch
Actually,
in an emergency. I think Mr. Tanara used me as a pitcher like once or twice when like all the good kids were used. How hard is it to purposely throw a ball?
Well,
like to make it
40 feet.
No, to make it not look obvious. How hard is it to miss if you're trying to purposely say, I want to make sure that my boys all bet something illegally.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I throw a ball, but I don't make it look too obvious.
Because I had no velo, ladies and gents, I was pretty good at spotting.
Okay, so you're pretty good. You could have done.
It's one thing if it's like 0-2 and you're throwing a curveball in the dirt.
This is first pitch.
This is first pitch, right. The other thing that I will be paying close attention to, and this is a tough one, it's not, again, the full game over-unders that are sometimes the problem, which obviously in Jonte Porter's case they were. You can bet on somebody's over-unders by quarter.
Dude, you can bet on the first basket of the game. Is it a three-pointer or a miss by this guy? If you get two of your friends to bet, your homies, 10,000 on this, 10,000 on that, and then one person bets the 10,000 on the miss, the other two bet on the make. If
Correct.
you make it, you're winning $40,000. If you miss it, you're winning your money back.
Right.
And Matt texts into the show and says, Joel Embiid may have been telling his friends all along, bet my season under games played. You know, this could have been a whole racket for years.
It could have been.
That Matt's not good. He's telling you.
But like I think about a guy that could, let's say, score 12 points in the first quarter, and then all of a sudden it's they had to go to the locker room. right?
He pulled his hammy. Or he's getting treatment on something, or just to the bench.
Right.
Where you see the trainers working on him. He has to miss 8 minutes of the game or something.
And now the third quarter, he goes back out and plays really well. I go, what happened in the second quarter? He wasn't trying to throw the game, but why was that quarter specifically bad, or why was that quarter, that player out of nowhere unavailable?
It's not crazy for these theories because you got guys like Porter. That was so stupid for him to talk about that.
NBA, I would imagine the NBA is furious.
And he's way too comfortable. He's way too comfortable talking about that.
He said, not that I condone it, but.
And then and the other guy, 100%, 100%.
Let's go to Dan in Drexel Hill wants to talk about this. What's up, Dan?
Hey, what's up? It's Stan.
Oh, what's up,
Stan?
Stan?
What's
How
up,
you
buddy?
doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, so I don't know, man. My perspective is a little different on this, to be honest with you. And I don't know if it's because I just have a different viewpoint. When you tell somebody who doesn't have a substantial income, hey, we can do something to get you some money, the money that you're looking at in the grand scheme isn't that much, but in that moment it is life-changing.
How can someone who doesn't have any money make money?
Because if you're telling me, because you're taking it by straight definition, have no money. I'm talking about it from a standpoint of I'm living off of barely minimum wage type of stuff. So if I'm doing that and I'm scrounging up some money and I'm able to put, because if you think about it, you can do different bets, right? You could do $3 here, $4 there. Yeah. I've done bets on FanDuel where I've only bet like $8 and came out with like $600.
Right, because of the parlay.
But a player like Porter can't fix a $600 parlay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, so now if you're saving some money, right? Hey man, I was able to scrounge up, save up like $600-700, and you make a bet and you can flip that into something more. You're gonna try to do it.
What?
You're gonna do it.
If you have no integrity, you are.
I mean, look, but you're saying that. But in that moment. Like I said, when you're looking around and you're like, damn, I got to get out of here, or I got to do this, or I got to do that, or I got to change some things, and kind of, that could have been money that I could use to do this and do that. People, you get desperate. And I think it's easy, and I'm not saying you or anybody else, I just think it's easier when you're living in a situation where you know that you don't have to do that and you wouldn't do it, to say, oh, man, like, you don't have any integrity. Like, you're not thinking about
I also wouldn't mind having Jonte. I also wouldn't mind having Jonte Porter's $2 million salary.
Stan, I got to tell you. Stan, I got to tell you. I lived with no money in my bank till I was probably 26, 27. I mean, like, I lived that life. So I don't know what, like, I think a lot of people live that life.
A lot of people
and you know
do.
what I didn't? You know what I didn't do? I didn't shortcut anything where I would commit a federal crime.
You weren't a professional athlete.
To commit
No,
these are the friends, though.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, how many people do take the shortcuts? And that's the thing, right? It's always going to happen because you can have two people, right? I'm going to grind and I'm going to get it out the mud, right? And then you have the other guy who's in the same situation who's like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go this way because, like I said, it's either you have it in you or you don't.
Right. That's a good point, Stan.
Saying,
good
like,
point, Stan.
When you're in that situation, it's hard to just because people, like I said, they get that. I'm not condoning it. Obviously, I don't think it's right. And I think that's why people think the games are rigged now. Whenever you see certain things, you're like, oh, my God, like, how did this happen? Like, even stupid things like Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul.
Right,
right.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna question everything. And thanks for the call, Stan, as always, man.
I question that whole thing. That Tyson Jake Paul thing.
Yeah,
I questioned that completely. I think that was I absolutely believe that was completely rigged.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was agreed to beyond. Neither one of them was going to. Because they wanted to have they were hoping to have another one.
Absolutely. By the way, have you guys seen the other latest gambling? More conspiracy
nonsense,
theory.
dude.
What is it? What is it?
The Oklahoma quarterback.
There's
one.
John Mateer is a quarterback for the Oklahoma Sooners.
All right.
He was originally with the Washington State Cougars. He transferred to OU, and somebody found his Venmo account, and his Venmo account.
Okay.
He was sending money to people, and the comment was sports betting.
All right.
Now, he had to do a press conference to say it wasn't actually sports betting. It was a joke. Like, I was just...
Now, it did say USC versus UCLA, and it was the day after they played. So, I mean...
Wait a minute. That it's not That's a notation. That's what it was.
But it wasn't. He's not involved in the game.
He says it was inside jokes and blah, blah. But, I mean, look, did you guys see the Arch Manning stuff? Like,
yeah, dude, that was funny.
I mean, come on. Look, this is the door it opens up.
You know you can make your Venmo private, which is what I do. Just make your Venmo private. Not everybody has to see everything that goes on in your life.
Why is Venmo public to begin with?
I don't know. That's a really good question.
That's amazing.
All right, coming up next, our man Kevin Patullo, offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles, scheduled to speak earlier today. So we'll see if that's accurate.
We'll find out.
We'll hopefully hear from Kevin Patullo coming up next. But if not, I have something at the ready. Because
we always do.
Somebody hit an all-time mark yesterday for a baseball team. And I realized how low that mark was. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
Maybe you should sign me up for being a
Take a listen.
All right, ready.
Gavin, what are your main goals with these joint practices? What are you most trying to accomplish?
I think the biggest thing is just run it like a game as best we can so we can feel just the structure and the organization of the flow of how we're going to do things and get plays in and out and organize it to where the guys feel like they're playing in a game. That's why these things are fun, because you can go against another opponent. They haven't necessarily seen what we're going to do, and we can kind of get in the flow of play calling and game-like situations.
How was the operation on Friday night?
Oh, it was good. It was really good. I mean, we were really smooth with it. We had no problems with anything. It felt good. I know all the guys were enjoying it, so I think it was really good.
With Landon working his way back, what are you seeing and trying to find out about your depth at left guard?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, right, we have the best O-line coach in the NFL, so from that standpoint, you know, we feel really confident no matter what happens and who plays in that position. So Stout's done an unbelievable job throughout the years of getting somebody ready to play, you know, whoever that is, and not really skipping a beat.
The same breadth there is Tyler Steen an option that he can play there.
Well, I think really all those guys are just going to work throughout the rest of camp, and then whoever we need to show up will show up. Like I said, I think Stout does such a good job of having all those backups ready no matter what the situation is. And Steen's played over the years, come in from, you know, off the bench and played. So I think we feel really confident with what Stout has planned for.
What are you seeing from Brett Toth? And like even before Landon got hurt, seemed to be taking the 17 reps at the guard.
Yeah, he's a really smart individual, really good with the detail of the game. He understands a lot of positions, which is great to have a guy like that can line up in multiple spots and be able to step in if something happens. So I think that's the biggest thing he brings. And I think he's been in the system for a while. He understands what we want to do and the way Stout teaches it, which is really important. So the details of it feel very natural when he's next to the other guys.
Kevin, how does a guy like Darius Cooper look so comfortable after making a big jump in level of competition?
I think really when you look at it, it's a testament to Aaron Moorhead, right? Aaron and I were together, you know, at Texas A&M. We have a long relationship, and he's done a good job throughout his career of developing guys. And I think he had a good feel for what he needed to teach Coop as far as coming in from the college level, where he needed to get to, how to help him with certain things. You know, I know AJ's kind of taken him under his wing. So I think there's people that are looking out for him in his best direction and understanding, you know, you can't learn it all in one trip, right? He's got to kind of be patient, getting him to understand patience is okay, and then we'll get you to where you need to get to.
Do you think maybe this first time that Darius sort of like flashed you that you're like, oh,
I think really his physical skill set, you could kind of see it in the spring a little bit, just running around like, okay, this guy's a little bit different. So I think from that standpoint, you just don't know how far it'll go. And that's where we just got to continue to push him to see how far he can get with his game. And he's done some nice things, but we all know, right, it's a long haul. So he's got to continue to kind of do that to just keep progressing. So when we see the progression at the end, you know, we'll see what we have.
how much different that schemes and things? Will you do anything to figure the offense in terms of
Yes and no. Like, we obviously kind of treat it like a game. We kind of know what he likes to do. We played him last year. So I think from that standpoint, yes, there's certain things we'll have in that we may not have in against Vic and vice versa. But a lot of it's just about execution. Like, you want the guys to problem solve. We don't know what Jim's going to do. You know, him and I have talked just briefly about just the practice, the structure of it. But it's a good test for our guys to kind of say, okay, we got to go against something new. We've worked this play against Vic at length. Now let's see if we can problem solve it and execute it against a different defense so that during the year we feel comfortable against whatever defense we're getting, we can run the plays.
Do you think maybe these past 4 years you've had to go to the backup quarterback? Do you spend these preseason games thinking about how you would call a game for Tanner if you were to play?
I think really when you know, I've spent time, like you said, with the quarterbacks, that you kind of get a feel for what they're good at, what they like, and what they're comfortable with in games. And I think that kind of showed in the game the other day. You can kind of have a feel for a sense of what he's good at, and you kind of talk to them and build that relationship about what, when you call a play, they're comfortable with hearing what you're saying, knowing how to execute it and keep yourself on track. So I think there is a little bit of getting a feel for guys. He's been around for a little bit, so I think we have a good feel for each other and kind of where we need to go if he had to play. And then I think the other guys, we're still working through that, and just it'll be a work in progress. Mm-hmm.
Only had 3 full practices with the 2 of them together. Does that impact how you evaluate where the offense is right now?
Not really. I mean, I've been around them for so long, and I've been in the room with them, and I have good relationships with them. They're constantly in my office. Devontae hangs out all the time, and AJ, and we just talk about things and go through things, and it's been like that the last 4 years. So I'm really comfortable with who they are and what they bring, and I know when the lights are on, they're going to do what they need to do, and what they can do is obviously really, really, really well.
With your depth at wide receiver, last year you guys opened the 53-man roster with 5 on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
What goes into the conversation of like evaluating what you have right here and possibly expand it to 6? Or what kind of goes in that? What does that mean for the offense?
I think obviously it's a big discussion with everybody. So it's Nick and Howie and myself, and we all sit down and decide. It's really a big picture thing. Sometimes you can have more, sometimes you can't, depending on the other position groups. So really it's a big picture thing as far as how many you can keep on the roster.
Are you advocating for that?
Johnny,
Say it again.
Are you advocating for that?
To be honest, it's whatever's best for the team at that point, because sometimes other positions need other people.
For Johnny and Anaya specifically, to further that, just look a lot more comfortable in year 2. What do you see the growth from those guys?
I think you said it right there, right? Just year 2 is a big difference for them. The game does slow down a little bit. You have a feel for, the pace of it, the way it's played, what the defenses are doing, how guys react to things. So I do think they've improved from that standpoint, and they feel more comfortable. You can definitely see that in practices and in the game the other day, to where the game just kind of slowed down. They're processing the plays better. They're in year 2 of the offense, essentially, as far as, the verbiage. And so you're able to be more comfortable and do what you do best. So I think it's been a good thing for them to have that extra year.
What do you have running back rotation taking the shape of all 4, Kevin? What do you notice about the skill sets of the different guys that complement?
Yeah, I think all 3 of them really have totally different skill sets, obviously between Saquon and Will and AJ and the rest of the guys. And Jamal does a great job of just kind of mixing them in. And really now's the time to just kind of test them and see what else they can do. You don't know a skill set until you see it, right? So I think we've done a good job of putting AJ in positions to catch balls and run routes, and put Ship in a position to be a pure runner, so you can kind of test it all now and see what you have. And Jamal does a really good job with that to kind of balance it out, so we're not just getting this is what he has to do or this is what he does. So I think it's been fun to just kind of experiment and see what they can do.
How much have to do more lack of fullback stories and doing
A little bit of that, and a little bit of these are public practices, so I just gotta be careful with how much you really want to do in those settings. So a little bit of both.
Another year with Jahan Dotson. A lot of receivers being a ball receiver, throw.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, he's a really good route runner. That's the one thing when you put the tape on or you watch him in person, his route running ability is really dynamic. And I think his maturity of just being around the other guys, you can start to feel him in different ways in the offense. And I think what he's shown, too, is you can move him around. I don't know necessarily knew that when we first got him, but now he's in a spot where we can put him anywhere and we feel confident. So I think his game has grown tremendously from that standpoint. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there is Kevin Patullo, Eagles offensive coordinator. Some things to react to coming up next that we will get to. Also, Pete Alonso is now the all-time home run leader for the New York Mets. That's crazy to me. We'll talk more about that coming up next. Now, real quick, Johnny.
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how offended should I be that somebody said I have the mental capacity of Teddy Ruxpin, the teddy bear?
Well, Teddy Ruxpin was a bestseller for quite a few years.
Okay, so like a 4 out of 10?
I'd say a 4. Offensive, that's a 4.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit of a dated, that's a dated dig. I'd say the person who did the dig should be a little more embarrassed that it's not a little more topical.
I respect it.
I know. I think it's no. I chuckled.
It's a good pull.
I chuckled.
I respect it.
I chuckled, but it would go over around 60% of the people go over their heads.
Well, that's because they have the same mental capacity of a talking bear.
There you go.
All right, coming up next.
Now, if he said Ted, the talking bear, that's different.
Ted's a baller, dude.
Ted's funny as hell.
Coming up next, we will react to what Kevin Patullo had to say and also go through the all-time home run leaders for each franchise and how low it is for the Mets. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Ranger struggles again. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update, and it's brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. The Phillies lost to the Cincinnati Reds again, or not again. They lost last night 6-1. Ranger Suarez was on the mound, and he struggled again. His velocity is still down, and he has issues with his pitch location. Suarez allowed 6 runs on 10 hits and 5 1/3 innings pitched last night. Bryce Harper drove in the only run of the game for the Phils, a home run in the 9th inning, a little too late. Phils try to win their 4th consecutive series tonight, though, against the Reds. Christopher Sanchez is on the mound. First pitch is at 5:10. Aaron Nola struck out 11 in his 5 2/3 innings pitched yesterday for the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs in his rehab start. Nola could return to the Phils rotation as soon as Sunday. The Eagles begin their open practice today against the Cleveland Browns. We just heard from offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo. We'll continue to react to that on the other side as well. This update was also brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that is built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Brendan Gunn, and you're listening to the home of the best birds coverage, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Previously on Unfiltered.
When you talk about defense.
Patullo press conference, carried it live here on Kincade Salciunas. Not anything earth-shattering in the press conference. He has handled himself very well throughout training camp, and I thought he got an A for last Thursday.
He is much more informative and smooth behind a microphone than his predecessor.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. So a couple of things that I just took note of. The left guard, backup left guard situation, that seems to be totally, without him saying it, it's totally Jeff Stoutland's call.
It's Stoutland, and he doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, he just kept on, kept throwing Stoutland's name out there.
Yeah, Stout will make that call.
Darius Cooper, who we're all excited about, Andrew DiCecco called him. When I asked him who the Paul the Burner Turner Award winner would be this year, he mentioned Darius Cooper.
Which, by the way,
hey, home run in the first preseason game. I appreciate the way Patullo spoke about him. Said that he saw in spring, quote, this guy's a little bit different. But he did also, say the whole, but he still needs to do a lot. Like he doesn't want to pump the guy up too much is basically what he's saying. Now that could be strategic because you don't want to pump the guy too much if you want to stash him on the practice squad. Or also you don't want the guy feeling comfortable. Like you want the guy to continue to work for a roster spot. Meaning, also roster spots, they asked him about the 5 versus 6 dressed wide receivers. That is not a Patullo call. It will be a Nick Sirianni, mainly Howie Roseman call, because last year they dressed 5. The reporters were asking if they would dress 6 because of Darius Cooper. Because let's face it, A.J., Devontae, Jahan Dotson, those are your 3 locks. I would imagine they'd want to give Johnny Wilson and Anais Smith more chances before
they want to give an opportunity before they make that call.
Yeah, 2 draft picks from last year.
Patullo, I got to tell you, one of the things that we had been told by Andrew DiCecco is that he is a guy who has impressed with his ability, reportedly, to communicate within the meeting rooms and everything. He'd heard a lot of good things about it.
Yeah.
Behind a microphone, he's very, very good.
Yeah, he is.
He's a good communicator, and I think he answers the questions without hesitation, which always makes me think that he's telling the truth.
Yeah, that he's ready.
Like he knows exactly.
He's not hemming and hawing, not trying to say things the right way.
He knows exactly what he wants to say. He doesn't want to say much.
Yeah.
But he knows exactly what he wants to say.
Right, absolutely.
Which I think is a good trait.
And speaking of Anais Smith and Johnny Wilson, he just talked about how it looks like the game has slowed down a little bit for them in year 2 as opposed to their rookie seasons, which, again, he was here last year, so he can speak to that.
Yeah, and Anais Smith could carve out a role for himself in special teams, too, which might force the hand for some of the wide receivers that want to make it deeper on the roster.
See, that's what I'm wondering, too.
Right, absolutely. All right, this Pete Alonso thing. I didn't realize that the New York Mets all-time home run hitter was Darryl Strawberry with just 252.
I didn't realize it either with Darryl, though. Darryl ended his own career.
No, I understand why.
It's shocking.
But I'm surprised, because the Mets are considered, even though we hate the Mets, right? The Mets are considered one of those franchises. They've been around. They're successful to an extent. Like, they're a somewhat successful organization.
Do you know, though? I mean,
they're
like,
low,
you think of the Mets, though. The Mets have only been around as long as I've been alive.
Okay.
Like, you guys think of the Phillies.
So since the dinosaurs, John.
The Phillies have been around, thank you very much.
The 1800s.
The Phillies have been around as long as my great-great-grandfather was alive. The Mets have been alive as long as I've been alive. So it's a little different.
All right, so I'm going to go from
No, they're actually 3 years older than me, but still, though.
I want to quiz you guys.
Okay.
So from bottom up.
All right.
Who is the San Diego Padres all-time home run hitter with just 172?
Steve Garvey.
Gunner, you want to take a guess?
I mean, Gwynn didn't get that. He was on base. I don't know who it could be.
It would be that Manny Machado.
Oh,
no
wow. Okay.
Way.
Wow, I'm shocked at that.
Updated now up to 187 because I'm reading an article from
Manny Machado has that many bombs for them? And
yeah, dude. No, like I say this all the time. That they both struck gold with their signings.
Yeah.
And
they did well.
And I raised my hand. I wanted Machado over Harper.
I wanted Machado over
I wanted
Harper.
right-handed bat, and I wanted shortstop or third baseman.
Correct.
It worked out for both teams.
Okay.
It worked out for both teams.
All right, give it to
us. Arizona Diamondbacks with 224.
Luis Gonzalez?
That is correct.
Very good.
We now know that Pete Alonso is 253 for the Mets. So that's
the lowest numbers?
That's the third low. Yeah, this is the
Well, remember, though, those are expansion teams, too. Diamondbacks expansion team.
Correct. Tampa Bay with 261.
No idea.
You should get this one.
261 with the Rays.
Yeah, you should get this one. Oh, wait. Think 08.
Payne? What the hell was his name? The first baseman.
Nah.
No, go on.
Evan Longoria.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
that should have
He
been
leads
gotten,
them in home runs?
Well, I wouldn't have thought. I wouldn't have
261.
thought he had that many home runs.
Yeah, no, he was a good ball, and he was there for a long.
No, he was a good
there
ball
for a
player. I
long
wouldn't have thought he
time.
had that many home runs.
Marlins with 267.
Marlins with 267.
And this guy will make a very fascinating case for MVP for Hall of Fame.
Hanley
one day.
Ramirez? Was he there?
Carlo Stanton.
Okay.
Who will get to 500 home runs, no juice.
How many of these guys are active players?
Well, Machado, obviously. Stanton.
Alonso.
Alonso. If we go up to the Angels, Mike Trout, active player.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you a couple more. Nationals.
But okay, so it's just the Nationals or is Montreal counted?
Just the Nationals, they say.
Adam Dunn?
Bell?
Zimmerman?
Zimmerman. Third base.
Royals. You get this one. HOF.
Not George Brett.
Yes, George Brett.
Really?
Yeah,
Home runs?
Should have 318.
Wow, okay.
But one got taken away.
Exactly.
All right.
The Pine Tar, baby.
Blue Jays. This one might be tough.
Blue Jays, not Molitor.
Nope.
It's not Carter then.
Nope. Blue Jays, because it's a long time ago in his career. He played for the Mets as well. Carlos Delgado with 336.
Okay.
Cleveland Guardians.
Tommy.
Yes. Now this one.
Well, he wasn't a Guardian, but that's all right. So it's that Nationals thing.
Yes. I'll give you one more. Milwaukee.
Is it Ryan Braun?
It is Ryan Braun.
Ryan Braun
That's
over
good
Prince Fielder.
Dude, that's good. I would not have guessed that.
That's crazy.
I would not have guessed that.
He's a juice head, man. That's
big cheater as you can get.
That's right.
That's a good call by you. I was surprised that you got that one. All right. So, yeah, Pete Alonso. I can't believe it. 253 is enough for the New York Mets. Unbelievable. All right. Coming up next, we will check some text messages before we get out of here. More on the gambling discussion. Obviously, our Phillies discussion with the Rangers, Suarez, Eagles stuff as well. We've had a lot of good content today. You want to admit it or not?
A lot of good content. Kevin Cooney may not like it, but I think we've had a lot of good content.
Or Ray Dunn, for that matter.
Well, Ray may pile on. We don't know.
I don't know, Ray.
Ray will share his thoughts later.
Ray Dunn?
We also have the key three as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Good combination play on the near side. They flick it over to a racing Patullo. He's in on the
we have post-show headlines after the show, as we do every single day on YouTube. So check that out. We appreciate it because we've seen the numbers go up. So thank you all for being a part of it. Like and subscribe, right, Haley? Got some interesting questions today.
Yeah, there's going to be
you
some
have
good
some
ones.
interesting ones,
Yep.
and then I have. I love post-show headlines because we get to talk about stuff that we don't really talk about on the air.
And we appreciate that a lot more people have been finding it.
Yeah.
So find it if you do. Like and subscribe. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been
It's always a lot of fun.
It's been an absolute blast.
Even when Brendan Gunn sits in.
Even when.
I always have the same shirt on, too, when I do it with John. It's awkward. Like,
It's weird.
every single
Do
time.
you really?
Yeah, because I
a
do it like
weird
months
thing.
and months apart, but it's like always
But
the
it's
same
weird
shirt.
that he's what up. Now it's the Outcast shirt, which is great.
Yeah, it's a great shirt.
And even my wife has brought up is that I have to give you the Outcast bobblehead.
I need them.
So I'm going to get you the Outcast bobblehead because I have some other Outcast stuff that is in a box that you would enjoy because you like Outcast. So I would like I've gotten to introduce them on stage.
That's very cool.
So
Legends.
I got some good Outcast stuff that you would probably very much enjoy.
I would.
I love them; they're good people, but I'm not really displaying the stuff.
AT-aliens.
They are the AT-aliens.
By the way, Andrew DiCecco posting a lot of footage and videos from camp because it's a joint practice. He showed Shedeur Sanders doing his warm-up where he throws the weighted ball toward the padding of the goalpost. He also posted a photo of Myles Garrett. That does not look like a real human being.
No, it looks like you see now. You guys are too young for this. But when we were kids, when I was a little kid, there was a TV show called The $6 Million Man.
Sure.
And in The $6 Million Man, there was a time where he fought Bigfoot.
Okay.
And they had an actor that actually wore the Bigfoot costume. And the actor who filled out the costume was a real man. And I'm telling you, Myles Garrett could wear the Bigfoot costume. Like the guys could.
He's gigantic.
Bigfoot would throw the giant boulders at the $6 Million Man.
Okay.
And the $6 Million Man would have to go da 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 da.
Yeah, in slow-mo, right?
In slow-mo.
Yeah.
But he'd pick up the boulder and throw it at him. Myles Garrett looks like something he's like a cartoon character.
He doesn't look human. Like it's unbelievable how jacked that dude.
That chain around his neck, is that a chain around his neck or am I imagining it? In the picture it looks like a chain he's wearing. No, it's a cooling.
Oh. Okay.
It's either that or a snake. It's incredible. The man is a beast. He's an absolute beast.
Oh man.
I would honestly, if Myles Garrett was running at me full speed, I would need it to depend.
Did you hear the great mic'd up from the preseason game the other day with the Browns? With Shedeur Sanders?
I did not.
All right, so Shedeur Sanders, was on the sideline with Myles Garrett and basically was like, hey man, can I practice some of my spin moves, real with you, not wearing the red jersey? Which that kid's got some balls if he's doing that. And then Myles Garrett was like, nah, dude, I don't want to hurt you. Because, look at that man. He's gigantic.
I appreciate Kevin Stefanski. I see Jeff Kerr putting up that Kevin Stefanski saying about Myles Garrett, we're extremely disappointed. He needs to slow down for his safety and the safety of others.
Yeah.
As I told you, he's gotten 8 speeding tickets, and I believe the average speeding ticket was 31 miles an hour over the limit.
Yeah, that's got to be.
You're
reckless.
It's just ignorant.
It's ignorant. You're ignorant.
It's not a mistake when it's
not
that
a
many
mistake.
times.
You're being ignorant, and more importantly, you're going to kill somebody.
Did he go to Georgia?
He did not.
Oh,
Texas A&M.
I know. I was just wondering if he learned that in Georgia.
Well, believe me, you could have learned it in Athens.
Speeding 101.
I could have learned it in Athens.
Unbelievable.
Keep him eligible.
All right, what do we got in the text line, Gunner?
Yeah, we got a lot of people checking in on that betting.
Delco comes out.
We got
Delco.
John.
Delco.
We got John.
There's the Delco.
I'm going to go eat a hoagie off the trash can right after this.
Yes.
John from Langhorne checking in says Major League Baseball let a player beat the system because it would hurt their legacy and take eyeballs off. Why should we expect any other players to take responsibility for their actions?
Well, you're saying like Shohei. I mean, seriously, like look at Shohei. Was it 2 days? That investigation was over?
I told you it was going to. Remember?
You did. No.
You and I debated.
No,
And I was
you
like,
absolutely
dude,
called
this
it.
is going to go away in 5 seconds.
You said
they don't want their darling.
And they suspend the Indians players for a month and a half.
Yeah, right away.
Guardians
because it's being investigated.
Yeah, because it's actually
Where
investigated.
Ohtani was just like, nope. Ipe, fall guy.
By the way, if you say Ipe's federal prison, he can have a Game Boy in his cell.
That's nice. Does he bet on it?
He can have. No, but I mean, like when he
the Game Boy's 20 years old. You act like it's some kind of luxury.
No, but he can have. No, he's allowed to have. Yeah, but wait a minute though. No, he can't have like a video game, television, and everything. But he can have the. They have really good. Like it's not.
Space Invaders?
It's not going to prison. He didn't go to real prison.
He's going to white collar prison. Like,
no, he did. He went to a white collar prison, and when he gets out, I promise you, he ain't going to be sweating.
Now,
in the grand scheme of things, I don't think he deserves to be sitting there with the scum of society.
Let me ask you something, John. Do you know for a fact it's a Game Boy, or are you just calling it a Game Boy?
No, they said it was. No, they said he's allowed. I only said Game Boy just as a word.
So it could have been
it's a handheld
Nintendo Switch. Is probably what he has.
Okay. But it's not a. It is not a. It's not allowed to be one. It's not allowed to have a cord.
Yeah, sure.
You're not allowed to have any cords or anything like
Why?
that because they're afraid of somebody using it. So it's all right. You may get tired of it.
Yeah.
We got Joe in West Philly checking in saying Porter is a damn fool. No way around it.
I just can't believe he just said it so comfortably. It was like, and this isn't the first time Michael Porter Jr.'s done something where it's like, yo, dude, what are you doing? Like, why are you tweeting out you didn't realize that the commissioner's cell phone number was on the screen of the photo that you tweeted out? And this gambling thing, I get it. He's probably trying to defend his brother some way, but to say it so nonchalantly, like, you could see why people do it. Like, sure, I could see why somebody would do it, but, like, I can say that as a radio guy. You play in the NBA. And the first time he has a bad shot, which he's a guy that chucks, right? Like, there's a running joke. You know how we joke around about Kelly Oubre? Like,
yes.
He was 10 of 15, 0 assists. Like, that's Michael Porter Jr. If Michael Porter Jr. takes 3 bad threes in a row, what's everyone going to first do? Tweet out that video.
Well, they said 2 is Kelly Oubre, too. I don't know if you saw. Did you see the follow-up with him? They said that the odds right now, you can bet on whether they're ever going to find video of that car that supposedly hit him on the street. You know, that where there were no cameras of any of that. So they're also video. They're checking
all right. We also got somebody checking in saying you don't have to be Nostradamus to see that sports and gambling don't go together. Sports saw this coming. They just didn't care because the money was going to be heavy.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it's necessarily the partnership. I think it's like you can open up a FanDuel app without having an account and scroll through it. Like, you know how you have to log in? Like, I have to log into my FanDuel account every time I click on it.
Yeah.
I can scroll through the lines without logging
in, yes.
And so an athlete can go, all right, let me download the app, not make an account.
Not register my social
I
and
can
all that.
look at what the prop bets are. I can look at the zany ones, the ones where I can go, oh, man, I can manipulate this where it doesn't look like I'm costing us a game or something like that and try to make money. I don't think that's the leagues being in bed with FanDuel or DraftKings or anything like that. I think it's players just, quote, unquote, being smart, even though it's not smart, ultimately.
No, it's not smart.
It's dumb.
You're going to go to prison.
Yeah.
Are you a dope?
Have they never seen Entourage? You can set up your buddies in other ways.
Yes, you can.
Really?
Yes, you can.
That aren't illegal.
All right, it's time now for the key three best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Ranger danger right now,
Yeah, it's Ranger
Johnny.
danger. It's one of the reasons why I said, and it was very unpopular, I would have flipped Ranger in a second.
I wouldn't have done it in a second.
No, I would have, because of the expiring contract. That's the only reason. The expiring contract, I would have absolutely, and I think you could have gotten somebody to bite on it. I worry about Ranger Suarez because one thing I know about Ranger, and I think it's why the Phillies have not signed him, they know he can't put together a year. They know he cannot put together 6 months of baseball.
A full season.
He's not going to be in condition. He's not going to be conditioned enough. He's not going to be strong enough. He's going to always go through these lulls. And whatever it is, Ben Davis was talking about it last night. Whether it's conditioning, whether it's, focus, whatever it is, he loses his way every year.
still no excuse to eventually give up 6 earned runs, 10 hits, walked 2, and only striking out 3. That's not a Ranger Suarez start.
He was cruising, though.
Yeah, I know.
And even though he was in a little trouble that inning, that pitch was so bad.
Oh, it was horrible. Yeah.
And if we get the robot umps, that inning's out and done. And this is where, and I even copied Connor on my tweet, for all you people, and I say you people, who want, I like the human element of the game. Well, the human element screwed a perfectly good game last night. It screwed up a perfectly good game because you like some stupid human element. It screwed the Phillies last night. That turned a 0-0 game that should have been 0-0 going to the next inning into a 3-0 game. And all hell broke loose from that point. The game was out of control.
The Cincinnati Reds are flirting with Kyle Schwarber big time right now. So the Cincinnati Reds, there was an article that came out like 2 days ago. The writer for The Athletic that covers the Reds sat down and spoke with Kyle Schwarber about potential, because he's from the Cincinnati area.
Sure. Yeah, his dad threw out the first pitch last night. I mean, that was fantastic.
And his Little League coach.
I mean, it was
fantastic.
And Kyle Schwarber, they asked to catch the first pitch.
He did.
The Cincinnati Reds, they have Kyle Schwarber. So how many times have we done the whole, hey, don't let this guy leave the city, right? Whenever there's a trade or something like that. Now, they can't acquire him at this point of the season, but they can try to show him all the riches that they have by bringing out Pop, Little League coach. Hey, Kyle, why don't you catch the first pitch? Let's have a nice fluff piece with the writer from The Athletic that covers the Reds, talking about how cool it would be for you to play with the Cincinnati Reds, because when you were a kid dreaming about your chances to play in the big leagues, you imagined yourself wearing a Reds jersey, hitting the game-winning home run. Shefty, good morning.
Phillies been rather fortunate. I mean, they got some people to replace, but they retained their, they didn't. They lost their offensive coordinator. They kept Nick. This happens every year on the best teams. The other teams try to steal from them, take from them, so that they can upgrade at the spots they need to.
All right. I just saw something.
What'd you see now?
Awesome. That we have to try tomorrow.
What's that? What do we have to try?
I just saw a tweet from ESPN. They created ESPN Sports Misery Index.
Well, the Sports Misery Index is something that has been done for a long time. I don't know that ESPN has done it.
Okay, well,
but has done that amongst fan bases.
They have their own. You've probably seen rankings of the happiest sports cities or the most cursed teams.
Yes.
What we're doing here is a little more personal. You tell us what pro teams you love, and we'll crunch the numbers. No fancy AI needed here to tell you just how happy you should be. We do this using a number of key data points, including regular and postseason success, as well as a team's expected success going into a season. After all, a team that just won a championship might feel very different about a 500 season than a team that just finished in the basement. So I want to do this tomorrow.
Okay.
Because how many times have I said we are in a golden era right now?
And we are.
And I get pushback for it all the time.
No, this is a golden era.
Because even though the Phillies didn't win the World Series, the fact that they got to a World Series and an LCS is more than what a lot of teams can say.
But people argue that hurts more than just flat up sucking. Like getting so close and not getting over the hump hurts more than sucking.
I'd rather get to the Super Bowl and lose.
It's that old one saying, like, is it better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all?
I'd rather lose 100 straight Super Bowls than not go to 100.
I'd rather go to 100 straight Super Bowls and lose than never.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So we'll do.
I've never understood.
Now, was it different in Super Bowl 39 when you got so close you thought you were getting that one and then it was ripped away from you?
It was terrible. That Super Bowl 39 sucked. I mean, that was absolutely atrocious. 3 interceptions from McNabb, 2 in the red zone.
Yeah, pretty bad.
And you lose by 3?
Did you have a thought saying I'd rather not have gotten
No, never. But I can tell you this. When I got in the car, I decided to drive home to Atlanta from Jacksonville. I decided to drive home that night and just said, I'm not waiting till the next day. I got in the car, and Olivia was a little child.
Yeah.
She was like a little baby. And I got in the car, and I had driven my wife's car down. And I decided I didn't want to hear ESPN radio.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to hear any sports.
Sure.
That the Eagles lost the Super Bowl. And one of Olivia's little kid CDs was in there. And the first song that hopped on was, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Oh, God, that must have been horrible to hear.
I hit the CD.
Yeah.
I popped it out. I was on I-10. I threw it out the window.
I'm happy you're still here. I would have driven off the closest bridge.
Out the window.
I heard if you're happy and you know, clap your hands.
I
after
threw it
watching
out
that
the
team.
window.
Yeah, dude.
And then Christina was looking at, did you take any CDs out of the car? I went, no.
Nope.
The
alligators did, though.
But it's along the line on I-10. You can find it somewhere on I-10 outside of Jacksonville. Hey, our friends Window Nation, they made a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research, and you can too. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saved my life 3 times over, and they can save yours. And to our boy John Kruk, by the way.
Yes.
Wishing him all the best. He got the same diagnosis I got.
Okay.
Stage 3 colon cancer has invaded his lymphatic system.
Okay.
He is going to have to undergo the same exact chemotherapy regimen that I did.
Okay.
And so I'm getting him prepared for it. He's getting out there, and he's
Well, it's
he's
good
gonna,
that he's got
but
you
he's
that
going to
he
be
can
able to
talk
do
to,
it.
man.
Oh, he's going to be able to handle it.
Go get it, John.
He's all right.
Go get it, man.
The beer, though, going to have to dial it back, John, but we're all over it.
Yeah, that one's going to have to go down a little bit.
Take care, buddy.
All right, everybody, have a great rest of your day. Ray Dunn and Amy coming your way next.
Amy won't be taking shots at us all day like Kevin Cooney.
I don't know. Maybe it's something about being
Amy
around
might. You never know.
About being around Ray Dunn. It may happen.
Could be. Maybe it's Ray that's the instigator.